All right. It is time. The 2022 NFL Draft Day 2. Thank you so much for joining. We've got some stuff I got to do to put this all together here. Let me go ahead and set that up. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Getting everything set up. Glad to see everybody joining in. All right. All right. All right. Feel free to drop a comment, say hi, be happy to talk about our favorite time of year. It is draft season. We've got a lot of interesting players. This is going to be very cool to see. My Bears get to pick. Malik Willis hasn't been drafted. Chaos has taken over the first round of the NFL draft, and I'm here for it. So, with that being said, feel free to drop a comment, share the video. Let's get this night started right. Okay. Tell me where you think Breece Hall is going to go. Ruin my dreams. If it's not Buffalo or Houston, I don't know what else is going on. But that's kind of where we're going to be, man. This is my favorite night of the year, favorite nights of the year, because lucky enough that this encompasses, 3 days now. And my favorite players, some of them have already been drafted. Breece Hall, I'm still waiting to see, like I said, where he goes. Kenneth Walker, is he going to be the 2A, the 1B to Austin Eckler somewhere? Because one of these teams that we're not expecting to take a running back is going to go here, and we'll see. We are going to see. So I'm going to turn this back on here, turn the volume down a little bit. Man, my favorite time. Yeah, what's going on? What's going on? A die at $9.99, man. Appreciate you stopping by, man. Good to see you. Good to see you. Man, so what I'm hoping to do here, we're going to obviously talk shop. Let's keep it really easy. I don't want it to be super, cut and dry prospect. Here we go. Give me some predictions, man. Who are you looking to see drafted? Who do you want to come off the board early? Some cool landing spots that I'm looking at right here. You got Tampa starting off the second round, Minnesota right there. You got Seattle not too far back. It's gonna be interesting to see. So we will see. Let's see. Let's try another layout. How about that? Let's try. Why not? We'll have fun. We will have fun with it. There we go. Got the draft here. We'll see what we have. All right. All right. Counting down the minutes, man. Counting down the minutes. We've got a lot. We've got a lot to talk about for sure. Obviously, waiting until the guys start flying off the board. Running back to Seattle would be really interesting. Pete Carroll loves to have a bell cow. We'll see what Rashad Penny is in that offense. See if he can actually take the responsibility, take the role. I don't think Chris Carson's going to be coming back. I think that neck surgery might spell an end to his career, but we'll see. Not someone I'm really looking to draft. Let's see. You know what? Let's see if we can pull up the draft order of the second round here. See what we can find. Obviously, gonna have to wait until teams start trading, picks start changing hands. Who do you think is gonna go first? You got Tampa. You got Tampa on the board. Let's see if we can get an updated draft lineup here. For those watching, Travis will be joining me here shortly. We'll be having some more guests on as the night continues. Feel free to drop your comments, questions. We're just having fun. I've got some drinks planned for later. Let's see what we've got. All right. Yeah, it's my first live stream here on YouTube. And I got to tell you, getting used to it is pretty interesting. Give me some feedback if it's coming through clear, if there's anything I need to change. Hey, what's going on, Jacob? Nice to see you, man. Nice to see you. Thanks for dropping in. Glad to have you. Hopefully we can get this party started soon. I gotta tell you, I was talking to Travis earlier today, and he's freaking me out sometimes with all these Breece Hall locations. Right now, I mean, it's kind of funny because you have the hope on one end, and then you have complete fear on the other. Because as much as I want to hope Houston will take a running back, or Atlanta is going to take a running back as we're getting started here in the second round, it's almost just as likely that someone, like I said, I've mentioned it on the podcast before that I think the Chargers are a team that could take a running back here early. It just makes sense the way that their team is constructed. Appreciate the feedback there, Adai. But man, listening to a lot of the takes here, the first round. Let's talk about the first round because a lot went down. My favorite landing spot, if I had to, I really love where obviously Drake London went. He wasn't number one on my board. Me and Travis made a trade today, and it was reaction to the AJ Brown trade. He sent me AJ Brown and Elijah Moore. I sent him Javonte Williams and Brandon Ayuk. So not sure how I did on that one yet. I just like the excitement. I like the excitement, and look who it is. Travis is
check. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Travis.
The Justin Fields jersey. It's only right.
Oh, you know it. You know it, man. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, bro. It's the weekend. Day 2, it's time for the real predictions to come out. Day 1 was freaking awesome. For those that are watching, the millions of viewers, this is the first draft that I've paid a lot of attention to.
That's the
in
way
my
it's supposed
life
to be.
because I hate rookies, but I'm starting to really like rookies, and in particular, yesterday was really fun.
Good. Good. That's what we like to, that's what we like to hear, man. Because I was just telling them about our trade that we made today,
Big
and
moves.
how agonizing it was going through all the conversations. I didn't want to trade, but as you guys get to know Travis, once he wants to trade, doesn't let it go.
No is not an option.
No. It's
Hold on,
I don't want to trade.
I'm gonna jump off Wi-Fi real quick and do the hardwire. It's a little scary.
Do it.
I'll be right back.
There he goes. Just as soon as he joined. But we'll go ahead. Looks like we got Tampa on the clock. Man, it's just really cool. You know, one thing. All right, here we go. All right, got a comment. Awesome. Let's see. Wide receiver for the Bears in the first, second round. You know, personally, to go along with Darnell Mooney, someone who I think would work well with Justin Fields. I mean, George Pickens, I'm a big fan of George Pickens. I think he's underrated. I think the Bears also like him. I wouldn't be mad at Sky Moore. I think he's more of a redundant asset to a Darnell Mooney. But I don't know how sold I am on a guy like Christian Watson either, because he's very athletic, but he's not like a top tier route runner, or he's not a specialist like that. He's just athletic. Travis, we had a question about who would the Bears, who could we possibly like to the Bears here in the second round?
It doesn't matter if it's a receiver because they're not going to be on Darnell Mooney's level.
Wow.
I almost hope that it is a receiver, because I don't like what Pringle's going to do as far as helping Mooney's coverage, shading. Yeah. I hope it's somebody of note that can step in right away and at least not necessarily take the top off, but draw some attention. I don't think Byron Pringle is that guy.
No, I don't think they brought Byron Pringle in to be
They're like,
wide receiver.
You're our number two. You're the one we've been waiting for.
Yeah. I mean, so for those who aren't familiar, Ryan Poles came over from Kansas City. He's our GM in Chicago now, and hopefully he can make some magic happen. Bringing Byron Pringle off to a rough start. Had a little bit of some problems with the law to start off the career here in Chicago.
What was
far
that?
as football names go, what's
DUI
that?
Or something? What was his problem?
No, Pringle? No, I mean, I think he got arrested for some reckless driving.
Okay. Only Adrian Peterson can get away with going 140.
Oh, jeez.
Is this draft about to start? I thought we said 6:00 today, Roger. Right?
Goodell. Yeah. Can we keep it on schedule, please? But yeah, he's
I'm just check it on ESPN.
I'm waiting for the pick to come in. It's not even like the pick's not even in yet. It's not even in yet, Travis.
Is the clock going?
Yeah, the clock
it says they're on the clock.
Yeah, it's going. Who do you want Tampa Bay to take here?
Breece Hall.
God, that's a beautiful pick. Thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
Thank you for saying that. Whereas
we've seen the number 2 in that offense just have so much success.
That's
the number 2 running back.
Lenny can still be successful. I believe once he settles in behind Breece Hall, he'll have a good season.
Yeah, just like he settled behind Ronald.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. How'd that work out for you, Travis? I wish someone would have told you not to take Ronald Jones so many places.
Dustin, you were right. You're early on Ronald not being good, but now he's going to be, should I say, a league-winning running back. I have a question for you, because I don't know if you saw on Twitter today. I wouldn't say I was necessarily getting into it with people, but I think accountability and some sort of explanation is what I was looking for. People saying that Tua and Zach Wilson are now built. Uh-oh, can you see me?
Oh, lost you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, hold on.
It's all right. Take your time. Take your time.
Let me change this.
It's all right. So continue with your question, though.
Okay, so what we saw on Twitter today was a lot of people saying Zach Wilson and Tua are basically do or die this year.
Okay.
Make it or break it. The team is built around you. You're either going to sink or swim. Do you think that's fair to these two guys? A, given their division. B, given how new these weapons are to them and how young these weapons are.
Yeah.
Outside of Tyreek Hill. Like, this is a new system in Miami for these guys.
Yeah.
Yes, they have Tyreek, but I don't know that the Jets adding a rookie wide receiver, all of a sudden, Zach Wilson's seat is hot. They just spent a first on him last year. He hadn't even been given a real chance yet.
I think it's obviously it's a little bit cooler of a seat for Zach Wilson than it is for Tua. Obviously, the new regime change, head coach, coming in, he's saying all the right things about his new quarterback, but we're gonna really see what the Dolphins actually think of Tua, because they're in a prime spot as well. They still have 2 first-round picks next year, and same thing, similarly with Jalen Hurts. These guys are kind of in a, prove it or leave situation, because if Tua and
what does that mean is my question. Like, people saying they have to be successful this year. What does success mean?
They have to make the playoffs, and they have to, honestly, in terms of
if Zach Wilson doesn't make the playoffs, he's out.
Zach Wilson probably to a lesser degree. I don't think they're going to bail on Zach Wilson. I think Zach Wilson's probably going to be given another year or 2. It's a first-round quarterback. You at least give him 3 before you even start thinking about the next guy. As Tampa Bay is announcing their pick right now. I don't think that Zach Wilson's on nearly as hot of a seat as Tua. Tua's in his 3rd year, so now you have to show market improvement. Logan Hall, defensive end out of Houston to Tampa. But yeah, you have to perform. Otherwise, you're going to be replaced most likely next year in what should be. I mean, it's hard to be a worse quarterback crop than it is this year. So there will be back to our normal 3-4 quarterbacks taken in the first round, I believe, next year. You've got guys like Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, Will Levis, even maybe redemption stories like DJ Wag, and then you've also got Keaton Slovis. So you've got guys that are going to be better than this crop here. But
if you replace Tua, who has had 3 years after this year in the NFL, if they go, let's say they win 9 or 10 games.
Okay.
Is that replaceable? And with the guy you're replacing him, you're going through those same growing pains to figure out, is this our guy or not? In the meantime, you just built around this guy.
Yeah, I mean,
or is it somewhere where you go hope for a Tom Brady for a season or a Kirk Cousins for 1 or 2? I don't think drafting rookie is like, oh, we're going to replace you with a first-round pick rookie.
No, in the Dolphins, I don't expect them to just. I guess I was bringing up the rookies because that was where my mind initially goes watching the draft. There are going to be plenty, and especially with the picks coming in right now, there are going to be plenty of quarterback options next year. But it at least gets the gears turning for the Dolphins. If they don't make the playoffs, and maybe their sights are set on making the playoffs, maybe that's just their goal this year. They want to see that improvement. He needs to instill some confidence in them that he can improve and bring them more wins than he has been. So that's really just what I would assume they're looking for, is just that confidence boost for the season.
So is it a measurable thing then? If somebody says, was Tua successful, for you to say yes would have to be what?
I would say the playoffs. I think teams don't typically change quarterbacks when they just made the playoffs. I think the playoffs are probably what we're looking at for the Dolphins.
Would you say Jimmy G was just successful?
Yeah, absolutely.
Would you say, what if I gave you if I just gave you a line, and this was a discussion we had too, if I gave you 21 touchdowns, 14 interceptions, and 3,700 passing yards, would you consider that a success for your quarterback? 21 touchdowns, 14 picks, and 37, not even 4,000 yards.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, that's low end.
Ryan Tannehill, that was his stat line, 12-5.
Yeah, and it's an interesting point that you bring that up, because
so like that don't have to be world change. We're just looking through through these fantasy goggles, but like that's a successful season. 12-5. Yeah. You have no reason to replace Ryan Tannehill.
No, and I want to get to this question that Adai raised, because he brings up a good point, and I don't want to ignore his question because it's kind of relevant to what we're talking about. First of all, don't apologize for the questions. Keep those coming. I'm going to need those all night long. And Jacob, I'm sorry about your Lenny shares if Breece is a pick for them at all this draft. But to answer the question, and also to kind of bring it into the conversation that we're having as the Packers are announcing their pick, Baker Mayfield could be an option for the Dolphins. I doubt it, but maybe. Jimmy G, maybe Mike McDaniel likes the familiarity he would have. Christian Watson to the Packers at 34. Travis, that's a very fantasy relevant pick, and let's get into that here in a second. But I think the quarterback that they bring in after Tua, if that is something they do, is going to be less of a game manager. And I don't know who it is. Maybe it is a Kirk Cousins, but I would assume that would be that'd be something that they'd be looking to do. Let's talk about this pick. Let's talk about this pick that just came up, Travis. Christian Watson, North Dakota State wide receiver. Fantasy community has been chirping about him all day, all draft season, all off season. He's finally found a home. This is what we were looking for. Aaron Rodgers finally has a target. Tell me, do you know much about him? Have you seen anything about him? What MVS 2.0, Fabian? I love it. We were just talking about him maybe, going to, I was just talking about him as a possible option for the Bears. And now he's going to be on the other side of the division playing with Aaron Rodgers. He runs a 4.36 and has a 98th percentile speed score. But does that really matter, Travis? Tell me, what are your initial thoughts since you're a Packers guy?
It definitely matters. And what it does is immediately skyrockets his value from what it was minutes ago in the fantasy world. Because even if you personally don't believe that he's going to be that relevant, especially if you're in a win now and you've got to pick and you take a guy like that, just being tied to that offense and having that speed. Sure. And I kind of like what Jacob said. You sell him as an MVS 2.0, that's a positive name right now in people's minds. And that's a hole in that offense that needs to be filled. So you can see what it looks like. You can see if he's going to be on the field a lot, or you can sell him just on the value that comes with being the rookie that Green Bay decided to go with first.
Yeah. I mean, they need a wide receiver. They definitely have a bare room with just Allen Lazard, Sammy Watkins, Amari Rodgers, and of course the corpse of Randall Cobb. Now they bring in a guy.
I'm gonna jump out and try this camera again while you talk about him.
Yeah, no problem. Let me talk.
Break it down for the people.
For sure. Let me talk about this. Yeah, he's a really athletic guy, but as we've talked about, he's not exactly someone who's going to come in and deserve the respect of Aaron Rodgers right away. He needs to show that he is as much a route runner as we're hoping. As the Titans just drafted Roger McCreary, cornerback out of Auburn. So yeah, it's something that we gotta keep an eye on for sure. He's going to be a name, especially in a 22 rookie draft where it's a super flex draft for sure. If you're talking super flex, and we're begging for assets at this point. We don't really have the quarterback crop. So I don't really know where we're gonna find that value. This could be a name that we've obviously we've been wanting to watch for a while, and landing spot. I personally believe that landing spot matters a little bit less for wide receivers. Talent mostly has to win out. But you couldn't ask for a better position, being wide open and being such a high draft pick for the Packers and having such a stud quarterback. I would say, yeah, I'd feel comfortable taking him. I guess you're essentially going to have to take him in the first round to get him on your team now, being as we're just searching for assets. I've got Aaron Rodgers in a couple leagues. It makes me feel good that he has more weapons, but man, the division that he's playing in, the NFC North, isn't exactly a powerhouse division. So that's not really going to be the worry. My thoughts are that they're really going to be taking this just a year at a time with the Packers. I don't think that this is even the year that they're going to try to win it all. I think they're going to try and build for a year, compete, get some experience, and then come back the next couple years because they are going to. The pick is in, and I'm being told that it that it is the Jets. Breece Hall by someone. Wow, Breece Hall to the Jets would be crazy. Is that official? Is that maybe running a few minutes behind? If Breece Hall to the Jets is real, R.I.P. Michael Carter. All hail our new Lord and Savior Breece Hall. I need someone to tell me if this is official. Because if this is Breece Hall, this is huge. I would say automatically the Jets have won the draft with the kind of offensive firepower they have brought on. The Garrett Wilson, bringing in Sauce Gardner, just incredible if that is true. Getting Jermaine Johnson so late in the draft. Wow. I'm not seeing anything yet. It could. I'm assuming some people might be ahead of me. Oh, I'm excited. Please don't break my heart because I had someone tell me last night when the Jets traded into the back end of the first round to get Jermaine Johnson that it was Breece Hall, and I'm like, oh my gosh. So I really, really hope that this is Breece Hall. So haven't heard anything yet. Looks like they went to commercial. Okay. Ari Mayrov. All right. I trust Ari. Wow. What a pick then for Travis. It is official. Breece Hall to the Jets. I need some reaction. I need some words from you because he finally has that landing spot.
Is it official?
It is confirmed. He is going to the Jets.
Confirmed where? ESPN has not said this.
Ari Mayrov. He's a trusted reporter. He is reporting it. So
Dustin, tell the people why I'm hesitant to believe you.
So, all right. So for those of you who didn't listen to our most recent episode, and for people who don't know Travis well, Travis thinks that Breece Hall sucks. He thinks that he's slow. He has compared him to some specimen less than Royce Freeman, and it's absolutely disgusting.
What happened last night when you texted me the words Breece Hall?
You said he sucks.
Wrong. You said Breece Hall to the Jets. And we talked about it. And then you said, just kidding, Breece Hall is not on the Jets. False information.
It was false information. But now it turns out it's true.
You're sure about this one?
Look, I'm about to watch it come on the screen. I'm excited. Wow. Please don't break my heart, Jets. Ari Mayrov, if he's wrong and it's not Breece Hall, I am never listening to Ari ever again. So here we go. They're announcing it. Darrelle Revis is announcing the pick. Let's see what we got. What do we got? Come on. Yeah.
Here we go. I hear it.
Yeah. Breece Hall to the Jets. Gosh, that is a beautiful. Travis, I said it while you were off.
Somebody's stock is going up.
I told you, or I told the guys in the chat when you were getting your stuff put together that the Jets have probably already had the best draft of any team so far.
Yeah, I don't think it's close.
Yeah,
I don't think it's close. And so what's happening with Deebo Samuel? That's what I need to know, because somebody just said something about Deebo.
Look, I haven't seen anything. Obviously, I've heard teams have offered very low ball offers. The Jets offered the 10th overall pick and a 5th rounder to the 49ers for Deebo and the 49ers 2nd round pick.
Yes,
They
I saw
obviously
that.
said no. But look, I honestly don't think they need him now. I think he would be big for them, but I think what the Jets are doing, I think they have a competent front office now, and it's kind of weird to see.
Is Deebo Samuel on the Jets?
No. No. Deebo Samuel's not on the Jets. The Texans pick is already in. Do they go running back here, Travis? Is this where we see maybe Kenneth Walker come off the board and holy Trinity? The Texans would also have a running back here. Oh, wow. And then you also have Atlanta here. So
I think Willis is going to Atlanta.
You think so? That would be a great.
So.
All right. So then the question comes up. Look, to me, if you're in a super flex draft and you're like me, where you're not sure if the top pick or the 102 should be Kenneth Walker or Treylon Burks, Drake London, Malik Willis. If he goes to somewhere like Atlanta, who obviously needs a quarterback, I still would struggle to put him up there, as Jalen Petrie goes to the Texans. He's a safety from Baylor. I don't know, man. Look, if Malik Willis is the pick here, which I don't think it is, I think he's going to continue to fall. And it's one of those situations where the NFL is telling us everything we need to know.
Let me ask you something about what I hope you know.
Okay.
Because we had this debate on the last episode. In fact, it was the title of the show.
Okay.
Breece Hall, now confirmed a New York Jet.
Yes. Is
he a top 15 back in 2022?
He will be a top 15 back in 2022. Yes.
Confirmed. Dustin is
confirmed.
Confident.
He will be a top. Yeah, especially, I mean, the offensive line that they've put together, the team that they're putting together.
Michael Carter will be unplayable.
He's going to be, he'll be a breather back at this point. He's nowhere close to Breece Hall, in my opinion.
Is it a Gibson McKissick situation?
It could be. It definitely could be.
Because McKissick was playable. Yeah.
I mean, I don't see Michael Carter as your prototypical satellite back. He's shifty. He reminds me of he's like a really diet David Montgomery.
Okay. I feel bad for the Jets personally, because they're gonna regret that pick.
I don't think so. I really I'm glad that we've at least got some people in here watching.
At least he's off the damn board.
Yeah, so that way he can't hurt anyone else.
I do not think he's a top 15 pick. I think top 20 is okay. I'm not confident that he's a top 15 pick.
Wow, he's gonna finish.
And I don't think the Jets are done.
You don't think that he's a top half of the league running back?
Dustin, 0.05% of rookie running backs have done that in the last 4 years.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Unless he is out of Oklahoma and named Adrian Peterson, reincarnated, it's not happening.
Let me tell you something. Okay, you just said that there's a 0.05% of running backs. Well, he just happens to be a 0.06%. He's a 94th percentile athlete. Okay.
What running back off the board would he be in next year's draft?
In next year's draft, he'd probably be running back 3, running back 2 or 3.
So it's just because he came out now.
Yeah, I mean, look, comparing this year's crop to next year's crop is not the same.
Michael Carter will keep Breece Hall from being a top 15 running back.
Oh,
it's not that Breece Hall is not one of the best 15 running backs. But from
Oh my.
for a fantasy perspective, I think. Hold on, we've got a Jacob 0.05, which is 5%. That's correct. That's correct. That doesn't fit my narrative though. It
Wow.
is a 5. He does have a 5% chance. Dustin speaking with his heart.
Wow.
Are you saying Dustin's not speaking with his mind? I'm
That's
telling you, I don't think
wow.
that is so
Unbelievable.
offensive to me. The only one that you've ever met that would pick a running back equal to an elite receiver all day long.
It's
Me, who
just
would take Javonte Williams over Justin Jefferson 1-for-1.
yeah. Oh, that's just
I think Michael
absurd.
Carter. I think Michael Carter keeps him from being a top 15 back because of
I
the receiving work.
I
Michael
str-
Carter is a great receiving running back.
he's not a great receiving running back.
Watch the tape. It's not about the numbers last year. If you watch the highlights,
He's not
the
a
dude is
great receiver. He was a running back they threw the ball to. He is not a great receiving back. That's like saying, you know
You'll see
what?
this year.
We had Ronald Jones and we're just gonna pepper him with targets because he gets a bunch of targets and he catches a third of them. Like
Who will have more catches next year, Breece Hall or Michael Carter?
Breece Hall, easy.
No,
Breece
sir.
Hall,
No,
yes.
sir. No, sir. No,
Easy,
sir.
easy. You're sitting here telling me that like Michael Carter, who they took in the 4th round and immediately replaced the next year, like the guy who barely could outcompete Tevin Coleman and
He'll
Ty
have 60
Johnson.
catches.
Wow.
If that's his role in the offense, he will have 60 catches.
He's not going to have 60 catches. Like there's no way Michael Carter is going to have 60 catches.
How many did he just have?
He didn't have 60. He probably had 30.
Let's see.
Oh gosh, that's just
36 catches, 11 games.
Oh man, so that's not.
Let's extrapolate here,
Travis.
Jacob.
That doesn't sound like the numbers of like a savant receiving back. I'll be honest with you.
55.6 rounded up to 56 catches. That's pretty darn close. 60 is a decent line there.
If you chop
he was on the field a lot
right
more.
leg off, you know what he is? He's starting over Michael Carter. Okay, that's what he's doing.
Our two people, I don't know if you're still in here. Those of you that are in the chat, does Michael Carter have 60 catches over under? And is Breece Hall a top 15 back now that we know he is a New York Jet?
Yeah, he's going to be a top 15 back. Like, you know, some people just like they get into a take and then they're presented new information and then it's like, no, this is my take. This is mine. I wouldn't trade my take for anything in the world. And that's Travis.
My eyes don't lie. Breece Hall is slow.
No, he runs a 4.39.
It does not translate. Watch the film. I'm going to find this quote from this NFL scout.
Oh, the NFL scout. Who was the NFL scout? Helen Keller?
Something like Bill Belichick. It's close to that.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Thank you, Adai. Breece Hall to the moon. You're gosh darn right, man.
To the moon? What does that mean?
It means he's going into the stratosphere, past it, all the way into those stars, okay?
RB18 from one of my most trusted sources in the entire industry. The third member of Losing Sucks, the first addition to Losing Sucks. Jacob, thank you for having my back. Man, that's all. That's the end of the debate right now.
That's not the end of the debate. That's not the end of the debate. Never. I will die on this hill.
Adai says 40. Okay, we'll say between 40 and 60. We'll give him 50. Meet in the middle.
I think at the most he's getting 40 receptions next year. That is his absolute ceiling next year.
Because he's not on the field enough.
Breece Hall is a 3-down back. He's a 3-down back. Michael Carter is like he'll get a series.
We're gonna find out.
He'll get like a couple plays every 4th series, and once they get into the red zone. Get in there, Breece, because you know what? You put your best players in the scoring opportunities. So Breece Hall is going to get all those touches.
I can't argue the red zone.
I'm calling it Sky Moore to the Bears right now. Right now.
I would love that.
I would buy a
Turn it up.
Moore
Turn up your
jersey
volume because I
yesterday.
don't have a TV in here. I can hear. I can live vicariously.
All right, I will wait. I'm gonna wait till
Shouldn't you stand up for this? This is your team.
I might have to. All right, you guys are gonna get my live reaction.
You need to stand up as they say the pick. This is your team.
Well, it's on commercial right now, Travis.
Okay.
I can't. I'm not just gonna stand up and watch a Geico commercial. Yeah, save 15%. Save 15%. Save that money.
It's so excited about the commercial.
Put the lizard on the screen.
Think of Hines and JT type running back committee.
No, because I don't even think he's as good as
Hines.
I don't think Michael Carter is as good as Hines. I think he was part of a committee because that's what he couldn't. Look, if Breece Hall were their running back last year, Coleman and Ty Johnson wouldn't have been a thing. You know, Michael Carter does not have the ability to put like lower tier running backs out of his way.
Does Jonathan Taylor?
Yeah. Are you kidding me? Jonathan Taylor's a monster.
So Nyheim Hines had 40 catches, 63 catches, 44 catches, and 63 catches his last 4 years. Yeah. So he's averaging just over 50 catches. Jacob can check my math on that.
I mean, so
Carter will get at least 40 catches.
No.
With a ceiling of 60.
Nyheim, look, I think his ceiling is 40. I think Nyheim Hines also splits out wide. Michael Carter does not split out wide.
But Hall will come off the field. Antonio Gibson was a receiving back going into last year, 3-down back, the next McCaffrey. I think he and J.D. McKissick were within 5 or 6 catches of each other.
Oh, sure. Sure.
Gibson's a 3-down back, but the other guy, they bring them in on 3rd down over and over again for a reason.
Look at the numbers. I want you to look at the numbers that Michael Carter had. His numbers had an increase after Mike White peppered him with targets, like 11 and 14 targets back-to-back games. Like, his numbers were not like that with Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson does not check the ball down.
Michael Carter was doing this versus pros. Breece Hall was doing it versus West Virginia and Kansas.
Oh my gosh. It's like, okay. You know what? The Bears are picking.
Also, Nyheim Hines is very underrated. He's a great player.
Let's watch the Bears.
Stand up, Dustin. Better bring some energy to this franchise.
Come on. Hold on. They're walking out right now.
What are your legs going to get tired in 5 seconds?
All right. I'm up.
What is it?
Come on.
Sky Moore.
On. Matt Forte, come on. Give us some good news.
Mechie Moore. Boring. Announce it.
All right. So Kyler Gordon out of Washington. Defensive back. It's a very Bears pick.
I do not.
It's a very Bears pick. We're going defense. Our quarterback will figure it out. We've got Byron Doritos.
I can't believe Atlanta did not go Willis. I really am shocked.
That's where we're at. That is where we're at. We still don't have a quarterback off the board. We got Seattle coming up back-to-back picks.
Great corner, Adai says. Is that Joseph Adai? Is that why he's giving us the Nyheim Hines reference here? Welcome, Joseph.
Oh my gosh. Let's see. Kyler Gordon. Well,
you're gonna go watch film.
The other Kylers I know.
I hope he's faster than Breece Hall. That's all I gotta say.
Hey, who knows? Let's see. Let's look into this guy. Let me pull up some numbers on him. He's actually great agility. Wow, his burst score is 85th percentile. He's an athlete. 6 foot, 194 pounds. He looks to be a player. You know what? The Bears typically
do you care about the measurables, or are you just reading them?
I mean, for cornerbacks, it matters. You know, Like
Would you rather watch 3 plays of his college career or know what he did at the combine? I'm just curious. I'm not saying one's right or wrong.
If I could
What
only watch
style are
3
you?
plays, then yeah, the number is
Yeah.
gonna tell me more than 3 plays will.
I would choose the plays. I feel like I can know pretty quick. Not that
Oh,
I'm a football scout. I'm just like, this guy either has it or doesn't have it.
well, I mean,
You
that's
can
the
be
thing. I mean,
fast and you can't change directions. You can
so
run a great 40.
with cornerbacks though, yeah, like you could watch the guy, um, when you watch the guy, you're looking for consistency with corners. You know, your technique is huge. Anyone could make a big play when a guy slips and you intercept the ball and run for a touchdown. I don't care about the huge plays like that. Like, I want this guy to be able to keep guys from beating him 5 to 10 yards. You know, like if a guy can run fast but and only keeps guys from catching 40-yard bombs but gets eaten alive for 15, 20-yard catches all the time, he's garbage.
Trayvon Diggs.
So we'll see. What I really like about this guy, the Kyler Gordon that I just got, or the Bears just got, he's got a 94th percentile catch radius, which means he's long. He's got long arms. He's got great agility, and he's got good recovery speed with his burst score. So I like it. I like it. In terms of a defensive back, you can't really ask for much more. He's especially in the second round.
All right.
Seattle Seahawks, Charles Cross.
Back to back Seahawks here. Adai, is that looks like Seahawks green? Did I miss? Is he from Seattle?
He hasn't said. Adai, where are you from, man?
Yes, he did. He did.
He did?
Would honestly love to see one of the running backs end up in Seattle. They could prosper in Pete Carroll's offense. I believe both of their starters are in contract years as well. Both of their starters being the soon-to-be retired Chris Carson or the 5-game highlight of Rashad Penny.
We mentioned that earlier. Let's
Okay.
I'll bring up the Seattle's pick when they're picking, just so we can listen. But if
any
they take
chance
a running back,
Colts go Kenneth Walker?
Who did?
Is there any chance the Colts?
The Colts? Why do you
Walker here?
Can I just ask you a question? Why do you want to hurt me?
I'm just curious. Do you believe in JT?
Louisville, Kentucky. Not bad, man. Not bad. I like it. Picasso.
From Louisville, Kentucky, currently living in Seattle. Awaiting confirmation on that. Also, are you on fantasy Twitter? How did you hear about losing sucks? If we don't follow you, I would love to. Put your Twitter handle in there.
Absolutely. I mean, look, we do follow back. That's a big thing for us. But man, Louisville,
I'm gonna put a poll out right now. Over under 50 catches. We'll see where the
Michael Carter. Look,
yeah,
Michael Carter.
Michael Carter's dead. 50 big enough for you for the poll?
It's time to move on. Let's listen to Seattle make their pick. Here we go. Boye Mafe.
He loved saying that name.
All right. Linebacker, Minnesota. All right.
He is on fantasy Twitter. Give us your name. We might already know you.
Well, I mean, maybe it's a die $9.99. Who knows?
Let's see.
Maybe his parent or maybe their parents were creative and they're like, wow, we're going to name this child a die $9.99.
There is an a die $9.99 on Twitter.
Hey, you know what? I bet
Rocky,
you it's the same person. But man, so Boye Mafe comes off the board, and now we've got back-to-back picks, Seattle. So 41 coming up. I got to tell you, if this isn't Malik Willis or Desmond Ridder, Matt Corral, these quarterbacks are just so bad, and Superflex drafts are just on fire right now.
Yes.
Like, what are you doing right now, Travis, as someone who is newer to Dynasty but also loves to draft?
Selling picks for proven talent.
Man,
that's what I'm doing. That's what I've been doing. That's what I will continue to do until 2023 proves me wrong.
Okay. All right. I'm here for that. I'm here for that. That's okay. But we've got the pick in for now the Seattle Seahawks and their second pick, the 41st pick now. Their second of 2 back-to-back picks. And I got to tell you, if this isn't Malik Willis, I don't think we're going to see him for a while. It's rough out there, man. You're talking, this is like shades of the 2019 draft where there's no Kyler Murray, you know.
I don't know,
have
man.
Just position players. Seahawks are they're making their pick, and it's Kenneth Walker the third.
Wow, Adai calls the shot.
Look at that, Adai. That's awesome.
That is, what do we think? Fantasy instant reaction.
That's huge.
Obviously, Rashad Penny is hurt by that. Do they eat into each other to where you're not excited about either one?
All right, so in a dynasty perspective, absolutely, I'm still huge on Kenneth Walker. That means Rashad Penny's probably out the door after this year. Redraft, it's going to be tough because rookie running backs typically take about a few weeks to get acclimated. I love Kenneth Walker. He fits Pete Carroll's system perfectly. They love to pound the rock. I don't think they're going to be a pass-happy team. They haven't been for the last few years, and they had Russell Wilson. So I love this. I love this for Seattle. He's a very Seattle back. Great pick. And honestly, that's probably enough draft capital and positional good fortune for it to be the second overall pick in a Superflex draft.
If Adai likes it, I like it. That's all I got to say. If this is your team and you said I want one of these running backs, you got them. Celebration.
Yeah. That's gonna be good. The Seattle running back has always been productive, and now that they get a high draft capital guy like that, I love that. I love that.
Picasso. I like it.
Picasso.
All right, I actually have to shower and get ready to go to dinner. Hopefully I can jump on later tonight. If not, it's been real. Adai, make sure you send us a DM or put it in here. Dustin will follow you from the Twitter. Jacob, it's been fun. I'm looking forward to doing this again. Are we doing this tomorrow too? You're doing it all night long.
Yeah, I'll be doing this all night long. Tomorrow
This man is all over the place.
Wow.
Would you make up your mind? We're trying to be your friend here, and we don't know where to find
Louisville. He's an Indianapolis fan. I'm for it. I'm from Indiana, so I'm here for it.
Good. Listen to episode 49. Let us know what you think of the Darnell Mooney, Michael Pittman debate. I'm very curious.
Yeah. I'm going to keep this party going all night long. Invite your friends. And if you want to, I'll even throw the invite out. If you've got a camera, if you've got a way to speak to me, throw me an email address, something where I can send you an invite, and we will get you on the show and we will talk. How about that?
If I don't make it back on camera, I will jump in the comments when I can as well.
Absolutely, man. Do it.
All right, boys, have fun.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. Peace out, man. Enjoy your dinner.
Will do.
Man, what a start to the second round. We've already got a bunch of fantasy relevant stuff. I gotta tell you, the Breece Hall landing spot, I'm still just over the moon for it. The Colts have traded their pick. Who did they trade to? They traded to the Vikings. Is this Malik Willis? Oh my gosh. Look, this is going to be a running theme all night long. Is this Malik Willis? It could be Matt Corral. It could be Sam Howell. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. So someone is obviously, for anyone in the chat, someone's using my YouTube account, and so their comments are coming up as me. But that is yeah, Travis is definitely a hoot. He's a lot of fun. Love having him on the show. I'm very lucky to have him as a partner in this. But yeah, the next pick is going to be big. Anytime someone trades up, it's like, oh, who do they value? You know, that's really what I look for. Especially when the Jets traded up to get Breece Hall. You know, Seattle, I don't know if they traded up necessarily to get Kenneth Walker, but the Vikings trading up. I want to see who it is. But man, how about the fall for these quarterbacks? Because there are still 4 solid quarterbacks. I say solid because it's relative now, because second round quarterbacks, I mean, really, the hit rate for second round guys is like almost, I mean, it's unpredictable, so I don't know exactly where that's gonna go. But let's see who else is going to be on the board. I can't imagine what other needs they have and who else is available. That's we'll see. I gotta tell you, I mean, the question I'm gonna post. Oh wow, I didn't realize that Nakobe Dean is still on the board. This could be Nakobe Dean. That would not surprise me at all. um, but man, Kenneth Walker, Breece Hall. That's gonna be an interesting debate for. I mean, look, I don't know as soon. My rookie drafts start right off the bat after the draft is done. So that's a decision I'm having to face. I've got the 101 and 102 in one draft, and at this point, it's probably looking like it's going to be. It's looking like it's probably going to be Kenneth Walker and Breece Hall at the 101, 102. Man, it's what a fun draft. Let me see if I can. What's Mel Kiper saying? Yeah, all right, no more imposter Dustin. Let's see. I don't. I want to know who the heck. Um, who are the Vikings going to pick? I gotta tell you, I got no feel for this one. I got no feel because I mean, I don't think you just trade up. Maybe you do. Maybe you do draft a quarterback. I don't think that Malik Willis would be a. He would sit a year. You've got Kirk Cousins here. The pick is in, so we can go ahead and listen to that. But I don't know. I don't know if I love that. Let's see who it is. It is crazy. Um, Jacob, I'm split. I'm split on if I want the Twitter spoilers. Kinda, but no, I don't want the spoilers. I don't want the spoilers. I don't want them. I want them, but I don't. I don't want to ruin. I don't want to ruin the chat for others. Maybe later. Maybe later. I'm staying off Twitter just for that reason. Of course, guys come in. I love when I'm listening for a pick and then the guy wants to give a monologue. Giving some story about 35 years ago. Oh my goodness. Ed Marinero. I don't know who he is, but really glad he's telling us this story. Oh my gosh. 50 years later. Come on. Announce the pick. They came out and told him to read the card. Oh, wow. What is going on? I like Andrew Booth. I like the pick. But oh my gosh, that was a year ago. I'm excited for the 2023 draft, and we're finally here. That was the longest speech. When the producers have to come out to the stage and tell you to read the card. Oh wow. Andrew Booth, I like him. I like watching him. I am surprised that he didn't go in the first. I mean, man, that was really one of the main defensive guys at Clemson for the last couple of years. A couple of years ago, he was like right there behind Stingley, and that's incredible. Good for him. Good for the Vikings. Now we got the Giants in Cleveland. Giants have already made the next pick. Oh gosh, I'm way behind. What is going on? What is going on? I don't know. Oh, let's see. Okay, now I get to actually see the selection. So thank you, Jacob. Way behind the times. Honestly, I blame Ed Marinero. I don't know. I don't know who the pick is. Wan'Dale Robinson. Oh wow. All right, so they really are just trying to get rid of Kadarius Toney. Like I surround the quarterback with weapons. Wan'Dale Robinson, though, I mean, second round draft capital. Okay, it kind of gives you an idea. This raises an interesting question because we saw Rondale Moore. Not even the Make-A-Wish kid got that much airtime. No joke. But Wan'Dale Robinson, we saw this stuff, early draft capital from Rondale Moore, and you're gonna see a lot of the draft Twitter, analyst Twitter talk about draft capital, and that's all you need to know. Honestly, I think this is just kind of a situation where it's not necessarily the NFL liked him more. I think the Giants liked him more. I don't love it. Wan'Dale Robinson does have an incredible production profile, though, so I can see it. I think we're gonna see a lot of. This will be a debate piece because I think the running theme is going to be people searching for value, especially in a super flex draft, rookie draft, where you're going to be looking, you're going to be looking for any sort of asset that you can get, any sort of nugget of value, because whereas it used to be you could get a wide receiver, a top one or two wide receiver in the draft towards the 9th, 10th, 11th pick, turn the second round turn. In this draft, those guys are be going 103, 104. It's going to be tough, and Wan'Dale Robinson his profile doesn't scream alpha. The closest thing they have there, I mean, what he's going to be if Tony's gone, like we've been seeing, you've got to be thinking it's Wan'Dale Robinson and Kenny Golladay. And Cleveland just traded the pick, so someone did trade up. It is the Browns to the Texans. What do we think here? Because it could be Nakobe Dean. I don't know. But the pick is in. I'm sure Jacob already knows. Jacob is living in the future. But talking about that last pick, Wan'Dale Robinson to the Giants. I love George Pickens. I love Sky Moore. I think this might come back to bite them because a 5'8" wide receiver that's 180 pounds, it's hard to imagine that guy is going to be, a 150, 140 target getter in an offense. I don't know. I feel like they could have waited on him. I feel like that might have been a reach. Let me know what you think, because he's not, I don't think he's going to be a primarily outside receiver. Let's pull up the profile and see and see what they say about him. Jeez. Yeah, he runs a 4.4. He was decently athletic and in terms of agility, but man, his burst score isn't great, speed score isn't great. He's just small and quick. Looks like. I don't know. We'll see. Giants really making a reach. We'll see. I'm more interested in, to be honest, where Tony goes. The Texans. Let's see. Trading up, it's probably not an offensive position. I mean, and the only other thing I can think of is the other needs that they have. They don't have a running back. They could be coming up to grab an Isaiah Spiller. Get that Texas connection. Did they fall in love with the helmet? Is it going to be a Brian Robinson? Maybe it's a Zamir White. I've heard his name coming up throughout the process. So we'll see. Man, more and more, I just wish I were at the draft. I mean, the Texans have had a pretty decent draft. I can't. If I had to guess, I would say Nakobe Dean, because I mean, who else at this pick? And it's Lovie Smith. So Lovie Smith loves defense. I don't think the quarterbacks are just going to continue to fall. Baltimore's next. No. Detroit, no. I mean, Detroit maybe, and that's a big maybe. I think Dan Campbell in that front office is just too smart. So let's see. John Mechie. I got to tell you, I feel like this is wow. John Mechie going over Sky Moore and George Pickens is exactly why you don't. He's not spectacular. He's like super average. I'm trying to think of he's just a slot guy, Like he's not someone who I'm like super excited about. He doesn't have like an incredible profile. He's going to be a slot guy. Exactly. Good point. That is 100% a helmet pick. Like that is, he played at Alabama. So I think, oh man, Jameson Williams getting injured was probably the best thing for John Mechie, because that guy, people got to watch him play in a big time game, Alabama wide receiver, and he goes in the second round. I think that's if you're going to trade up, you trade up for John Mechie. You know what? I can understand the rationale in terms of NFL, where it's like you are assuming other teams are looking at your guy, and if you fell in love with John Mechie and you just talk yourself into that, I wouldn't have traded up for him. I don't know what they gave up, but man, that's not good process. That's Travis. You're a fan of the pick. That's great. I'm happy for you. Oh man. I mean, honestly, right now, are you 100% confident that guy's going to go out and outproduce a Nico Collins? Like, he's going to play the slot. Is he that much better than like a Kiki Kuti was in that offense? Is he Randall Cobb? Is his ceiling Randall Cobb? I don't even think he's as athletic as Randall Cobb. I think John Mechie, I'm interested. He's okay. His most comparable on Player Profiler is Russell Gage. That's honestly pretty accurate in terms of, I feel he's just kind of a guy that'll fit in. He doesn't do anything spectacular. He just does things okay. And that's it is what it is. Man. Wow. That I did not see that coming. Now we've got the Ravens on the clock. Pick is in. Do they go wide receiver here? I mean, it's the Ravens, so I would not be surprised to see them go defense. Yeah, going back to what you said earlier, Jacob. Yeah, the Nakobe Dean falling this far is just like, is there some sort of character concern? Like, because that's, gosh, that's like your golden nugget in a draft. When you hear like character concern, you know who else had character concerns? Stephon Diggs. Like, he had character concerns, and look where he is. You know, you're in the second round, and you let a first round talent get by you. Jerry Rice, yeah, 100% Jerry Rice is the ceiling comp. Yeah, you know, I really predict this guy's going to play 20 years in the league. That's just lazy analysis. That's lazy. Comparing a guy, look, I understand Jerry Rice was obviously a Hall of Fame next level technician. Yeah, that's wild. That is wild. Let's see who the Ravens pick. In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select David Ojabo, linebacker, Michigan. Okay, I like the pick. David Ojabo from Michigan. After tearing his Achilles at his pro day, I had a feeling they were going defense. That's what smart teams do. You solidify the defense, and then that is a first round talent. That is a first round talent. That is like a Jalen Smith falling. He's not. I mean, in terms of prospect, David Ojabo was a first round prospect, and the fact that the Ravens look. Can we just talk about the Ravens have done so far? Because they've gotten Kyle Hamilton at 14. They traded up to get Tyler Linderbaum, who is easily the best center in the draft. And then now they've got David Ojabo. If David Ojabo comes back and he's 90% of the player he was, that the Ravens have smashed this in terms of getting back to their identity. And the Ravens are going to be, especially in a division where you've got to play Deshaun Watson, where you've got to play Joe Burrow, and you know the Steelers have players on their team. The Ravens are not going anywhere. Like, if there was any question about, you know, if the Ravens were falling off, you know, trading Marquise Brown, the process is just so strong with the Ravens. Look at that. Kyle Hamilton, Linderbaum, and David Ojabo. What a start to the draft for that team. Lions pick is in. You know, talking about the Marquise Brown trade, can we just talk about how savvy of a move that is? Because with the way wide receiver contracts are going right now, he was going to, I think the market for wide receivers is blown way out of proportion right now, and they're going to be paid well above what their market contribution would normally be. They're not going to be valued in proportion with what they contribute. So, you know, thank you so much, Christian Kirk in Jacksonville. Let's see who the Lions pick real quick. Michael Key. All right. Who is it? Come on. Josh Pascal. Okay. I honestly don't know a ton about him. Playing in the SEC, though, I'm not surprised that Dan Campbell goes for a defensive guy, goes for another guy to kind of bookend with Aiden Hutchinson, who I didn't know, by the way, is 6'7". That's massive human being. But man, Josh Pascal. All right, Detroit's doing some good things. Good for them. Still no quarterbacks. RIP 2022. Adai, you missed some fun conversation about wide receivers and how great the the Ravens are doing in this draft. Going back to the wide receiver talk, though, throw some names out there, because your team's favorite wide receiver, if he's good and young and they have an older quarterback making money, that guy's probably gone. I think that's going to be the new theme for the next couple of years, is stud wide receivers having to get paid and then choosing to go or being traded to teams with young quarterbacks because they can afford it. I think that's why it's savvy on the part of the Ravens. You know, they love that field stretcher. Makes sense to, you know, lose that guy, because honestly, you look at replaceability, Marquise Brown is able to be replaced. Do I think any wide receiver in this draft finishes above Pittman or Mooney this season? So you're talking like above the wide receiver 13, 14 range. I think with where I've got Mooney right around wide receiver 18, and then you've got Pittman at about 14 for me, 13 for me. I think there's a possibility that they can outproduce. Oh man, maybe Drake London on volume. Treylon Burks in that offense, probably not. Being a rookie, going to take some time. I don't think he's like a Jamar Chase where it's just you're going to come into the league and light the league on fire. And it's not that kind of offense. You know, Tannehill's not Joe Burrow. So I don't think anyone in this draft is going to outscore either of those guys. Just to be brief. But we'll see. Yeah, he does walk weird. Yeah, he doesn't walk like a man who's going to be the wide receiver one the entire time that he's there. First of all, you know what? In fairness, I forget about Chris Olave. That's actually fair. He's a great route runner. He's honestly, in my opinion, the most pro-ready wide receiver in this draft. I think he's got less obstacles, obviously getting to play behind Michael Thomas. He reminds me so much of Emmanuel Sanders. I could see that. I could see, but putting Olave into that, you know, he'd have to be, you know, he'd have to be above 18 for me. And I don't know if I have that offense producing like that. You know, they have a lot more to prove, in my opinion. I think Michael Thomas has to prove to me he's healthy, and by all accounts, everything I've heard, he's getting there. But we heard that. Chris Olave, like I said, I think in an offense, if they really do let Jameis, sling the rock like he loves to do, then sure. I think that's his ceiling, is to outproduce the wide receiver 18 this year. I don't necessarily see it. I think that Michael Thomas is also going to struggle, just to be consistently, is he going to be a wide receiver one this year? You know, I think that's a fair question. If he's healthy all year, I think Michael Thomas is, a top 10 wide receiver, which that's probably a really safe take. But look, I've been burned by Michael Thomas the last couple of years. Target volume alone, I think that should get him there. But top 20 wide receiver, with some padding in the bottom to beat out guys who are probably going to be seeing 150 plus targets, 140 targets. We'll have to see, because he's still probably going to be the third option on that. Who is Washington taking? Okay, Fadarian Mathis. Another helmet guy. No idea if he's good. No idea. He's a defensive tackle. You know? Put him in there. Hope he's good. Helps me 0 in fantasy. Michael Thomas under Mooney and Pittman. That is a hot take, Adai. That is a very hot take. Because I mean, I'm not saying it's not going to happen, because obviously in the real world we have to account for health. But I always, when talking about outcomes, I always go towards, assuming the best. And if he's healthy, Michael Thomas, with the target volume he'll get in that offense, is, I think he's easily going to be a wide receiver 1. Realistically, is he healthy all year? Not sure if he gets there. But the Bears are on the clock. This is a happy time. Wow, there's only like did Chicago trade up, or did I miss this? But Chicago's on the clock. I got about a minute and change. Do they take a wide receiver here? I will stand up when they go to announce the pick. I'm an old man. That's fair point, He hasn't played in a couple of years. He probably forgot how. All right, let's see what they're saying here. Mel Kiper, I'm gonna break open some Doritos here. One guy I've been thinking of, though, and his name keeps popping up on the board. Wow, they've got Isaiah Spiller all the way down to the 4th best running back available, is James Cook. I've been thinking about James Cook. And we talk about name value of team. How much do you think the name value of just a player being the brother of, like, we've seen guys in the past, like the brother of Calvin Ridley going in the 4th round, 5th round. I mean, Dalvin Cook, obviously being a stud, is James Cook going to be overdrafted? And I don't think he goes to Chicago here, but maybe a team like, no, I can't see them going to Kansas City either. We'll see. I just want the Bears. Give me something to be excited about. Side question. Drop your favorite flavor of Doritos. Oh, who do we have here? That looks like a familiar face. I know this guy's an actor. Oh no, this is a guy from swallowed wrong. This is the guy from the Hot Wing show. Jaquan Brisk. Wow, we're going secondary first. Okay. Gotta be the purple bag. Purple bag. Okay, you talking about the sweet and spicy chili? Yeah, purple bag's my favorite. Yeah, Travis, are you saying the throw up emoji to Doritos, or are you saying it to the Michael Thomas take? Because, all right, so first of all, quick take on what the Bears have done. I like what we're doing, prioritizing defense. Look, we're going to be bad. I'm just going to call it what it is. The Bears are going to be bad. Like, the Bears, I wanted them to take a wide receiver too, but as a Bears fan, I know that in the draft, I rarely get what I want. Last year was an outlier, but I like what they're doing. Not mad at it. It's wild. I want to go back and look. How many drafts have there only been one quarterback taken in the top 50? Like, just wild. Garden salsa, that's solid, die. Garden salsa sun chips are for real. You know what? I mean, growing up, I was always like a big Harvest cheddar guy. I don't know who eats just original. I don't know who eats just original sun chips, but I'm here for the Harvest cheddar. Man, what a great way to spend a Friday, though, man. Got my dog. Her name's Maisie. Good dog. She's just as excited about draft season because it means food. Miss Vicky's does good. We eat those around here. We love the sea salt and vinegar. Original sun chips are pretty good. Yeah, I mean, they're not bad. So, question then for everyone. Is there a place at this point that would redeem anything for Malik Willis? Personally, it's a no for me. You're not wrong, Adai. You're not wrong. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who. Yeah, I don't know who could draft Malik Willis at this point that would make me be like, you know what? I'll take him over Kenneth Walker. It just, I don't think so. Not thinking so. Man. So are y'all just kind of chilling around watching the draft, or what are you guys doing for the draft? No. Travis, there's nothing to be excited about for Michael Carter's role. Do you understand that he just got cratered? Like, big old meteor right on Michael Carter. Like, right where there's nothing left. Man, I would just love it if the Jets just drafted like James Cook and just completely murdered Michael Carter. I like it. I've got a project I'm working on for Losing Sucks. And then once that's done, then I start working on projections. So my projections will probably be a little bit later. I'm thinking late May. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Michael Carter's not going to get to 50 catches. I think 40 is his ceiling. Adai, to answer your question, I agree with you. First of all, I don't see a situation where he goes over Walker at 102. I mean, second round quarterbacks, even rushing upside like that he has. I mean, he'd have to go somewhere like Minnesota would be interesting. Tampa Bay maybe. You know, somewhere where he can sit, where he can learn, where there's zero pressure. You know, I don't know that situation exists. I'm really worried that anywhere he goes at this point, like let's say I don't see him falling to somewhere where even Carolina can get him because they don't have the draft capital right now. I think their next pick is in the 4th round. You know, but Seattle, he goes there. I don't think he'd sit long enough to make it worth his time to sit. I think he'd sit for a few games, and then there's people start chirping that get Drew Lock out of there. We want Willis come in. I honestly see him probably going after Matt Corral and Sam Howell. I don't know that teams have that confidence. We'll see. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Alontae Taylor, again, another draft spot goes by, another quarterback not taken. It's not going to be any of the next 2 picks, I don't think. Philly, I mean, I wouldn't be as shocked as some other teams, but Kansas City's not going to take a quarterback, obviously. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. At this point, I feel like the slide is going to continue like quite a while for these quarterbacks because other positions are so deep just from having to sit from COVID. The positions, like the skill positions, are deep. And you're going to see some of that next year too, where teams, especially like now, you're talking about the teams that needed a quarterback are realistically their need at quarterback isn't going away because they select someone in the second, third, or fourth round. Like that's not a solution. They probably have other needs. I don't see these quarterbacks if they're not going. Maybe people start trading up in the back of the second, but these are non-impact guys at this point. You know, they're not making a fancy difference. So yeah, you're talking about places like New Orleans. I could see them taking a quarterback, letting him sit behind Jameis, get some time. If Atlanta takes him at 58, I mean, you're talking the 58th overall pick, you know? I mean, I understand Jalen Hurts, you know, had some success as a second round pick, but let's for the experiment of thought here, Malik goes to Atlanta. What is he surrounded by? They still have no offensive line. Travis, don't screw with me, man. Did he really go to KC? So the Patriots have moved up. Oh, goodness. Could this be? They're not going to take a wide receiver, right? They're not going to murder Jacoby Myers, right? Right? I got no feeling. To get back to what you said, though, Jacob, if he goes to Atlanta, like, what is he surrounded by? He's got a tight end. He's got a wide receiver in Drake London. But he's got there's no running back to help. There's no offensive line there. The defense is suspect. I think a quarterback would be the worst possible thing they could take right now. Maybe if he was able to sit the entire year and Mariota started all year, maybe. But the Patriots trading up, oh goodness. I will lose my shit if they draft a running back here. I kind of want it just for the chaos. Holy cow, Nakobe Dean is still on the board. How do I keep forgetting this? Like, a guy like Nakobe Dean is falling to the Patriots now? That's where we live? My goodness. Wow. We'll see. We'll see what we got. Because, I mean, they got on the screen right now, they've got Jacoby Myers and the rest of the Patriots wide receivers, Kendrick Bourne, Nelson Aguilar. They're not ranked very high, but it wouldn't feel very Patriotsy to trade up and take a wide receiver here. But there's still some really good ones left. I mean, the Patriots think they're smarter than everyone else, so this is probably going to be a kicker. I will say, though, there is a punter in this draft that is probably going to be drafted in like the third round. No joke. Matt Ariza out of San Diego State. Unreal. Like, I think he will go probably third round. And I honestly wouldn't surprise me. Would not surprise me that a punter would go in the third round. But we'll see. Yeah, announce the damn pick. I'm sure draft Twitter already knows. I gotta tell you, a couple more picks go by, and I'm starting to get a little impatient. I might start diving into the draft Twitter just to get some some talking points, because I gotta tell you, it's just the Patriots. Anytime they're on the board, it's like they could take a tight end, completely ruin some people. All right, let's see what we got. Oh, good. This kid is wearing a jersey with a plaid. It's plaid. It's plaid underneath the jersey. What are you doing? Wear a solid color. Wear a solid color under a jersey. Why are you wearing a plaid button-up? All right, another Make-A-Wish kid. I like it. I like this guy's voice. Makes up for the shirt. Okay. People don't like the Patriots, man. You're shocked that they're booing? Wow, Tyquan Thornton. They fell in love with the speed, and it wasn't even real speed. Tyquan Thornton, if you remember, ran that false 4.2, like 4.2. I don't know what he ran, but it was like the fastest 40 in the history. But then they came back and found out it wasn't. Tyquan Thornton, people forgot about, I'm sure, because they should have. He's just fast. He's John Ross. He's John Ross. He's less good John Ross. And they're going to show a couple routes where he burned a couple of Big 12 defensive backs who will never. Oh my God. He's burning accountants on the field. That guy that you just burned on that post route, and you know what he does for a living? Oh my gosh. Patriots. This is a team that traded for Philip Dorsett, everybody. Like, this is Patriots gonna Patriot. They know how to build a team better than anyone else. Tyquan Thornton, man. Oh my goodness. Please do yourself a favor. Do not draft Tyquan Thornton in your fantasy drafts, please. If you want to throw a 4th round pick at him, maybe. But oh man, Tyquan Thornton. Oh man, this is 100% like testing, chasing. That, like, underwear Olympics strike again. That breaks my heart. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I 100% agree. Yeah, where's Tutu Atwell? Like, these guys, it's like the NFL is so arrogant. And it's just, I would say it's only a few teams, but I feel like every year it's a different team who picks a Henry Ruggs or picks a John Ross, Tutu Atwell. Oh, we got Travis back.
We're a little behind schedule getting ready for dinner. Wow, that's pretty zoomed in.
Travis,
What happened? What happened?
The Patriots selected a fast receiver out of Baylor who is only fast like that. He's not even like he's fast, but he's not like otherworldly fast. He's like a small, fast guy.
Smaller than Corey Coleman?
It's a good question. I don't know exactly. I think Coleman was probably like 5'10".
He was a speedster out of Baylor.
Yeah, but I watched this guy.
RG3 made Corey Coleman good.
Do the Colts take a wide receiver here? Did they trade up? If they traded up, it would not shock me. Look, I think right now is a great time to take a Sky Moore, a George Pickens. Sky Moore reminds me so much of like a I don't know, T.Y. Hilton almost, you know. So I like that. You know, I didn't expect Tyquan Thornton to rise up and be selected in the second round, but you know, the NFL
Why is
NFL.
Sky Moore falling?
I mean, you know, the wide receiver class is deep, so I'm not shocked. I mean,
He's not going here. He's not going to Pittsburgh.
Who's that?
Sky Moore. Could be Colts. Is that what you're saying? Could be Colts.
Yeah, I mean, from what I see, the Eagles pick is in, so I don't think they're trading the pick. I don't think, depending on who's still on the board when they're picking, I don't know. The Colts don't traditionally pick the Sky Moore. Yeah, Alec Pierce. You know, I see why you'd say that. I don't think Alec Pierce is going to be a guy I'd like to see in Indianapolis, just because his role is outside, you know, and Michael Pittman already takes that role. And he's not exactly a burner, you know, he's like a Jordy Nelson type. So I wouldn't necessarily love the Alec Pierce there. I would love Pickens there. I'd love Sky Moore going there. It's probably going to be a defensive player for Indianapolis, but we'll see. I know that the Steelers love wide receivers in the second and third round, and they're great at finding value there. So would not shock me to see Sky Moore fall there. Oh, excuse me. A lot of hiccups.
Did we find out Adai's Twitter?
I don't think so. Not yet. All right, let's see what they
original nacho. That's what I missed. Original nacho Doritos. Jacob, are you freaking kidding me?
Cam Jurgens from Nebraska. Okay. Way to go, Eagles.
Oh my God, this guy just became your best friend.
I may be a homer, but I still love me some Paris Campbell. I love Paris Campbell.
Adai, you think you love Paris Campbell? This man loves Paris Campbell.
Oh man, Travis, tell him how much I love Paris Campbell.
You had him everywhere. I think every single draft I got in with Dustin last year, Paris Campbell was a late round sleeper. He reached up around too early and grabbed him. He's just been unlucky. There it is. At the Mr. M. Lay.
All right.
I'm looking you up right now, live.
Do it, man. Travis, when you guys going to dinner, man?
I'd say I got 10 minutes on here.
Okay. We'll take it. We'll take what we can get.
I saw Travis as a hoot. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I'm going to be who I am. And that is a Ronald Jones truther, an A.J. Brown mover, a Javonte Williams acquirer, amongst many other things.
Oh, the Steelers make their pick. Okay. Is that Najee? Oh, God. No, it's not Najee. I don't know why the hell I said that. Chase Claypool.
Oh, this is Ben. What's up, Ben? Ben Imlay. Oh, yeah, man. We got a lot of action from Ben over the last few weeks. Yeah. Ben, we're just as much a fan of yours as you are a fan of Losing Sucks. I promise you that. We talk about you.
They bring Chase Claypool out to announce George Pickens.
No.
Yep.
George Pickens to Pittsburgh?
Oh, wow. That's their juju right there.
What? That's their James Washington?
Oh, wow. I think that's so funny that they bring Chase Claypool out to, man, you know what this tells me? You know what this tells me? I think Devontae Johnson's out.
Oh my gosh, I lost
I think Deontay Johnson's out.
He's going to ask for the money.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you, man, these wide receivers get to the point where they're onto their second contract. And
Jacob loves it. Jacob loves it.
George Pickens, I'm telling you, I love that pick. Love that pick. And goodness. For me, I would reach up in the first round of a rookie draft to get him.
Why is my camera doing this?
Alec Pierce to the Colts.
Wow. All right, I'm going to go with this view for right now.
Wow. I mean, wow.
Death to Pittman. That's horrific.
I didn't see that coming. And look at that. They're comparing him to Jordy Nelson.
That's racist. Jordy Nelson is as elite as there was in his time, fantasy wise. Jordy Nelson prime was top 5. He was Cooper Kupp before Cooper Kupp.
Wow.
Adai's all over it.
You absolutely did call it, man. Way to go, Ben.
I'm just gonna call him Ben. Yeah, Mr. Ben is all over it.
I like Alec Pierce. I don't love the landing spot. I mean, look, I'm not worried about it for Michael Pittman. I think to think that he was going to have no competition is not good process. But Alec Pierce, he profiles very similar to Michael Pittman. He's going to have like a Zach Pascal role, you know. So I'm not super worried about.
How do you feel about Paris Campbell now, boys?
Totally different role. Totally different role. I'm fine with it. I think it's going to take Alec Pierce some time to get ready.
Ben was all over it. Ben, who's getting drafted next? Shit. He knows everything.
This is where we're seeing that run on wide receivers. So maybe we see Sky Moore.
Who's on the clock?
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it definitely fits a need. It fits a need for Indy.
Am I muted?
No, you're not muted.
Who's on the clock?
Oh, the Chiefs are on the clock.
Okay. I thought my mic was out too.
Man. What a wild time. So
camera's back. Yeah, baby.
Yeah, this draft has just been, I don't know, man. It's Sky Moore to the Chiefs.
Value up.
Sky Moore.
Instant reaction. No time to think. What does this do to Juju? What does this do to MVS? Go.
MVS is probably irrelevant by week 7.
Didn't they give him 20-something million?
No, they gave it was a 1-year, $10 million deal. Actually, no, that was Juju. Marquez Valdes-Scantling is essentially on a 1-year deal though as well.
Oh yeah, he's cheaper than that. 2.65.
But Sky Moore to the Chiefs, I love that pick. I love that pick. I love that pick. He's very good. He reminds me so much like he's very Deontay Johnson-esque. I like him. Like I said, he's very similar to T.Y. Hilton. He can play outside, inside. He's great. He's a great separator. Man, that's going to be such a fun wide receiver to have. And because he's on the Chiefs now and people were looking, you're going to have to take him in the top half.
3-year 30.
Yeah,
you're right.
30,
you're right about the 10 million, but
the contract though, I think there is an out after this year. I think there is an out in 2023. But I mean, realistically, that's
fantasy
nothing.
wise. We love to see these picks. If they would have announced another defensive,
it's a prolific offense. It's a well-known name in the rookie community, the dynasty community, fantasy community. Even he's going to be he'll challenge for the number 2 spot in that offense. It's good for Juju this year. I mean, Juju's not going to be that 150 target guy now. I think you're probably going to see Sky Moore get over 100 targets this year. I think that's reasonable. And I love it. I love it for Sky Moore. One of those wide receivers is not going to be in Kansas City next year. And I think that Sky Moore is going to trade McBride to the Cardinals. Okay.
Interesting.
I am sorry to Zach Ertz. Oh, man. Because Trey McBride is uber talented and
Zach
very
Ertz
athletic.
Is not losing time to a rookie. Ertz is on the field.
Probably not.
Every down.
But I think in Dynasty, I think this kind of spells the end for Ertz. Not that it wasn't like already riding on the wall.
Patrick Pucci is now viewing the show. Shout out to our day one, number one, Patrick.
Patrick, drop us some comments,
Gucci like
man.
Gucci.
Sky Moore, though, that is beautiful. Trey McBride to the Cardinals, love it. You know what, Travis? I'm gonna pull up fantasy Twitter, and we're gonna stay up to the times because I don't want these spoilers ruining my show. Not that they're ruining.
He's not calling you out, Ben and Jacob.
No.
Don't be soft.
Not at all.
Patrick the GOAT. You got that right.
Man.
Patrick is the GOAT.
Okay, and people are already saying, anyone else find it funny that Claypool announced the George Pickens pick?
Absolutely.
Patrick, it's okay. It's okay. It's just funny because I don't think it means the end of Chase Claypool. I think Deontay Johnson I don't think they're going to pay Deontay Johnson. I think, especially if Pickens comes out and shows that he can produce. It's hard to imagine that someone's got to get paid on that offense. You know what? Now thinking about it though, they have a rookie quarterback, so they have the 5th-year option. I could see them paying Deontay, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. That is now very ironic that Chase Claypool announces that pick. The 108 in a Superflex league, I think you're probably going to have to trade up to get Sky Moore. I think he's definitely going top 6, top 5, because there's no quarterback or anything else really to push him down. I think Sky Moore.
And the locations where the other guys have landed have not been ideal for the most part.
I think you're going to see Kenneth Walker, Breece Hall. You'll see Treylon Burks. You'll see Garrett Wilson. You'll see Drake London go. And then right after that, it's consideration for you're talking Sky Moore. So 108, you're probably going to have to move up. 108, it'd be tough. I have the 108 in one draft. I don't know that anyone would want to move back because I don't know where the other landing spots are. You're talking Jahan Dotson with the Commanders, not exactly ideal. If someone, I wouldn't worry in a super flex league because honestly, there's still a chance that he could fall to you. Maybe someone loves Pickett, but I would also be okay with Pickett at the 108. Christian Watson, you forget, I forget. He went to the Packers, so he's in. I would take him after Sky Moore because I just like Sky Moore as a prospect. But
go through. Let's do like an impromptu top 8 picks. If you have the 108, how do you
yeah,
see the first 7 going right now? Because
yeah.
you are the
So
rookie
yeah,
guru.
so it'd be Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker, Drake London, Treylon Burks, Garrett Wilson. So let's see, what is that? That's 5 picks right now. Right after that, you're
Olave.
talking a lot. Yeah, Olave. You're talking 6, so
You
you're at
could
7.
get Sky Moore there.
You could, yeah. You know what? It's not impossible. It's
Yeah.
not. It's far from guaranteed because you're talking. Honestly, I would take Olave over. Nah, man, it'd be hard to take Olave over Sky Moore. I like Olave, but in terms of who I like more as a prospect, I do like Sky Moore more. Um, so we'll see.
We've got a Patrick Pucci, who is a Steelers fan, reaction, not in the chat, but in a personal message. Great receiver for sure for the Steelers. They do know how to pick receivers.
Yeah,
He thinks Juju is still huge in KC this year as well. I'm still in on Juju. I think he's a
yeah,
walking 1,000 to 1,200 yard, 10 touchdown receiver this year. There's just such a huge hole there.
yeah. No, for sure.
There's a
For sure.
1,600 yard hole. So I would be absolutely shocked if Juju does not finish the year with over 1,000 yards and 10 touchdowns.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not super surprised. Who are the Cowboys going to take here is my question because they need someone. Moral of the story, I should end up with a yeah. You'll get a decent wide receiver at 108. That's about the latest I'd want to pick though.
Yeah.
Sam Williams. Okay.
All right.
I
Let's
like
talk
it.
Claypool here for just a second.
Okay.
Because if Deontay's there, Pickens is there, I'm not putting Pickens over Claypool on the depth chart or snap percentage. I think Claypool's a good receiver. Does Pickens eat into Claypool enough to push him outside of your top 30 with Pickens? I mean, with Trubisky assumed starting or Pickett, either one. Is there a path to Claypool finishing in as a wide receiver 3 right now?
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Right now, I mean, again, I haven't done any projections, but I think Claypool's still going to be inside the top 30. He's probably going to be right at 28 or something like that.
So you've got him just outside wide receiver 2. Is Deontay a top 15 still?
Yeah, Deontay is probably right around 16, 17 for me.
So then Pickens, you're going 600 to 800 yards, 4 to 6 touchdowns. Pretty quiet rookie year.
Yeah, I mean, because it's going to take him some time. He's going to be third option probably.
Okay.
There's a lot of other. The pick has been traded to the Bucks though. The Bills traded the pick to the Bucks. I wonder who this is going to be. Who knows?
I've got 2 minutes.
No, Travis, you're not allowed to leave.
2-minute warning here for one.
We have all voted. Travis cannot leave.
Everybody's like, that's 2 minutes too long. Get out of here.
Give me Spiller to the Bills. People are saying. I don't know who the Bucks are going to take here. If it's a running back,
wasn't there already a Spiller for the Bills?
Yeah. He didn't turn out so well. He had one okay season for fantasy.
Isaiah.
Yeah, I don't. CJ Spiller was the other Spiller.
Isaiah's the rookie.
Isaiah is the rookie.
Is that his little brother?
No, I don't think they're related.
Oh.
But I just want to know. I love trades. I love when people are trading up because we're getting towards the back end of the second round.
Do you think people will absolutely freak out on Claypool to where you're just buying him dirt cheap?
I mean, I don't think right. Maybe in the right league, I wouldn't. And not
would you give up would you give up a 24 second?
Yeah, absolutely.
to get a 23 second?
Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, he's still a third-year wide receiver, and he's a
Right.
dynamic talent,
He has
and
a lot of football left.
exactly. I don't think I'd give up a first for him. I don't love like I traded for Claypool. Um,
Like, what tier is
so
he in right now? If you were
Claypool,
to go buy him cheap, yeah, is it like a Rondale Moore thing? Is it Hollywood Brown? Is it
he's below Hollywood Brown for me.
okay?
Yeah, I mean
I don't know why I just said 2 Cardinals receivers, but those are hot names right now.
I mean, again, he falls somewhere in like wide receiver 30-ish range for me. So
Alan Lazard.
no, I want Claypool over Lazard. I mean, Lazard is
Okay.
probably replaced next year, if not at some point this year.
Okay. All right, I'm out of here. It is now actually dinner time.
All right, man. Well, hopefully we see you later. Enjoy your
Have
dinner.
fun, boys.
Show's gonna
I will
keep
still
rolling
chime in
on.
with my nonsense comments.
There you go. I love it. Can't wait.
All right. See y'all.
All right, take it easy, man.
Again.
All right, let's see who the Chiefs pick or the Buccaneers pick. I would love to see the Bucks take Spiller here. Let's see who it is. All right. Let him announce the pick on his birthday. Let's see what we got. All right. Tackle, boring. Not exactly a screaming fantasy pick, but we've got some intrigue coming up. We've got the Falcons, we've got Minnesota coming up. I don't know that we're going to see. Look, we're 60 picks in and there's been one quarterback. That's going to be the theme. Especially for fantasy guys. I mean, we were just talking about it. The 108 is probably as late as like if you're drafting at the 108, you might as well see if you can trade it. Get a 2024 first, get something and that. I mean, if you're drafting outside the top 8, it's just going to be rough. Cuz then you're getting into the I mean, Isaiah Spiller, if he's fallen to the 3rd round, it's getting ugly, Appreciate it. Appreciate the love on the wall decoration. Yeah, big Red Sox fan. And yeah, Red Sox and Bears, it's kind of all over the place. Let's see. What does Twitter have to say? Let's see. Yeah. Man, Travis wouldn't love it. They're already saying goodbye to Michael Carter and Rashad Penny on Twitter. Alec, you know what? I keep coming around to Alec Pierce. I think he could be. Would anyone be surprised if you had to take him in the first round of your rookie drafts? I mean, Sky Moore, yeah, definitely going to be top 8. Man. Yeah, I mean, look, sports are sports. It realistically, it's being interested in players that wear a certain color of clothing. So, we're really into that. So, yeah, okay, Pierce in the early second, not a bad play. I'm gonna have to take some time to look over who's gonna be available, because honestly, this is gonna be such a fascinating experiment in your leagues, because you're gonna have guys who are gonna reach. There's gonna be like, we have yet to see guys like, I mean, obviously Isaiah Spiller hasn't been picked, but Zamir White hasn't been picked. Rashad White. We still got 4 rounds, 5 rounds after this. There's going to be some more intrigue, but man, just already it's the question marks. Can Christian Watson return value first year? Man, who's going to be throwing? I mean, the quarterback aside, if you're in a 1 quarterback league, this is just great. This is perfect for you. Like, you've already been doing all your mocks. You've already been, thinking about it. You don't have to, you don't take quarterbacks really in those leagues. So this is a great draft for that. But this is essentially turning all Superflex drafts into 1 quarterback leagues, in terms of rookie drafts this year. And that just, it's so wild. Oh, what a year to tank. Could you imagine tanking, like, already coming into the year and thinking, okay, this year, I'm tanking my whole team for Spencer Rattler because it's going to be go time. And then this is where we're at. You have Kenny Pickett after it, there's nothing. That's why talking about the 2023 class, it statistically has to be better than this class, in terms of talent, prospects, and everything like that. But I don't ever advocate for, like, tearing down your entire team and then be like, okay, all of my hopes. I've got guys in my other leagues who all of their hopes are just in the 2023 class. Don't do that. Don't tear down your entire team and just expect that one class to be your savior, because all it takes, right now would be 2 of those running backs to decide they don't want to be, they don't want to be the 4th and 5th best running back in this class. They want to be the first, or the second running back next year. So they decide to hold out for 2024. It would not shock me. Like, there are going to be guys who get injured and who are advised, yeah, you're not going to lose any draft capital. You're not going to lose any money, especially with NIL deals. Like a guy like Jahmyr Gibbs, if he goes and has a subpar season, or if he's making money at Alabama, it makes no sense for him to come out if he's not projected to be a high pick next year. So those are some things we have to think about. If Kayshon Boutte doesn't have a great next year because of the injury that he's got, and he decides he's going to stay at LSU, make some money, and wait until 2024 to come out, that draft class can get really thin. I go back to, the DeAndre Swift, Jonathan Taylor, Cam Akers year. Travis Etienne was supposed to come out in that draft. Like, people forget about that. He was supposed to be another guy that was supposed to be in that class, and that went from being a super robust class to being, I mean, granted, you still had Cam Akers, Swift, and then they filled in with CEH, God rest his soul. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And that's just, it's something that, fantasy players in general are just going to have to get used to, that these players, it does not necessarily, like, there's not this, the window has widened for the top end talent to make money. It's not just, well, they're just trying to get out of college because their earning potential is only NFL. These kids are making millions of dollars in college. They're signing endorsement deals in college. Caleb Williams at USC and Oklahoma made millions of dollars already. Like, he hasn't played it down for USC, and he's already got, I think it's like $3.5 million in NIL deals. Like, these kids, there's no incentive to rush, So I get it, but this is all just to say a long-winded way of saying the 2023 draft class sounds nice. And if you have, I'd say, more than 4 or 5 picks in that draft, you need to consider selling them for proven talent, and building your team and actually building it. Don't just, future picks are never going to, score you points until you turn them into players. So nothing wrong with doing it right now. If you're a good team right now and you've got a couple of 2023 firsts, I mean, is there no way that you could trade both of them for, like a Breece Hall? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe that's probably a bit of a reach. I'm just spitballing here, man. I'm watching NBA commercials while the draft is JK. That's because my ESPN changed over to the NBA and I didn't realize that happened. I've been watching NBA commercials for the past 5 minutes and nobody said a damn thing. I keep sitting, I was watching Jeff Van Gundy just be like, man, I'm like, when are they going to go back to talk about the draft? Oh, man, that doesn't feel good. That doesn't feel good. Oh, man. What did I miss? We're already at pick 60. What did I miss? Oh. Let's see. I got to scroll through Twitter now. I got to catch up. Here I am. I let the Oh man, just watching these quarterbacks just sit there. Desmond Ritter's sitting there. He's not being drafted. He's just holding his phone. He's at a party, and Sam Howell there. Okay. Poor guy. Yeah. Yeah. My dog's a good dog. What did I miss? Now I got to go and look up the NFL draft results. Let's see. What did I miss? At Ingram, I don't think I've missed anything big. Oh, what do we got? What do we have, Chiefs or Bengals? We're just scrolling through, man. Goodness. You know what? It's funny. It kind of speaks to the fact that no one cares about where John Mechie went. We've talked about all these wide receivers, and not once I think John Mechie has been mentioned. It's like, yeah, I would take him in the first round. Like, who cares? It's John Mechie. He's on the Texans. No one cares. Okay, here we go. 49 Saints, Alontae Taylor. That was a while ago. My goodness, I gotta catch up. All right, we're scrolling through. I gotta catch up. Okay. Who are the Bengals going to take here? Cam Taylor-Britt. Feel like this is where we could do some really good waiting. I don't know, man. Wando Robinson's another name. Maybe he sneaks into the first round. That's just crazy to think of him sneaking into the first round of a rookie draft. Like John Mechie probably going to be taken at the back. It's just it gets ugly real quick in these drafts, man. Like it's rough. Earlier I was drinking a Celsius to wake myself up, Jacob. Kicking it with a Waterloo right now. Cherry limeade. I got some White Claws I'll be kicking back later. It's a very basic drink. I've got some stouts that I was thinking about breaking out. I don't know. I couldn't decide whether or not I wanted to drink something heavy tonight. I figured since this is going to go until like 11, didn't want to knock myself out with a heavy beer. Is this about to walk out into the draft with just a t-shirt on? Okay. Also just realized that Nakobe Dean is still on the board. Like, what are we doing here, guys? What are we doing? Like, all right, so nothing's really happened since Luka Decky got picked by the Bucks. Falcons went defense. Okay. I'm assuming I didn't miss anything. Yeah, Ed Ingram. Yeah, we haven't. We're good. We're good. We haven't missed anything. Gosh, man, this draft. I was afraid that it was going to be like this because we've gotten through all of the higher end talent. Now we're just kind of looking for these running backs. The running backs. Like I said, Zamir White, Rashad White. We're probably not going to see them go into the third round. Lord help us all. These running backs fall into the fourth round because we know once you get past that third round, fourth round running backs don't really matter that much. Fifth round, not so much either. You're really just looking at landing spot. Because at this point, even now, like you're talking end of the second, early third, the Bills are coming up. And is it Isaiah? Look, let's say they take Isaiah Spiller. I don't know how excited I am. I mean, he's a good prospect, but you're talking if they take him here, they take Isaiah Spiller here. Okay, he's a first round pick. Maybe he pushes a Sky Moore back to you at the 108. I would be in for that. I don't even know if there's probably not going to be a lot of competition. I mean, do you even consider him? You don't consider him up at there at the a top 5 rookie pick. Are you really going to take him over any of the big three and Garrett Wilson, Treylon Burks, Drake London? No, the volume's there for those guys. I didn't even mention Jameson Williams in the first round. So you know what? Thinking about it more and more, I think Sky Moore there's a good chance he could fall to you at the 108 in the rookie draft. There's hope. I'm gonna recant my previous recommendation of trading up because honestly, man, if you don't get Sky Moore, there's a good chance you're getting, a Jameson Williams. You're getting a solid prospect. I think after 108 though, that's probably where I'm looking to trade back because you're probably, at 108 you can get Sky Moore, maybe Isaiah Spiller. In a super flex league, it doesn't feel great, but at the 108 you could get Kenny Pickett. And I know he's the only quarterback to go in the first round. He's probably not going to be like a huge game changer, but you know what? He could be a solid quarterback too, and higher end quarterback too, with all the weapons they have, and they're investing in the offense. 103, and see, that's overreacting. Like that is definitely chasing the Saints or the Saints. Jeez, that's definitely chasing the Chiefs pick. Let's see who the 49ers pick here. And linebacker from USC. Yeah, 103. That's early, man. I mean, taking him over because he's not going to be the one. You know, he's not going to be. He's not going to overtake Kelsey. Whereas Drake London, he's walking into 130 targets. You know, you've got. uh Okay, yeah. If you look, yeah, that's a good. That kind of a trade, I love that. Consolidate and move up. I don't hate that. But in terms of, you're not going to overtake. I mean, Burks is going to be Burks and London, and to another, maybe a lesser degree, um, Garrett Wilson. I think Garrett Wilson's probably the safest talent. But I don't think Sky Moore jumps those guys. If man, that's send that guy a thank you note for taking Sky Moore at the 103, because that pushes everyone else down. Um, now Kansas City's gonna draft here. They've got to go defensive back here. I mean, they've only picked a wide receiver. But man, the 111 and the 202 for the 108, I would do that. Honestly, I'm in another draft where I've got the 108 and the 111. I'm probably going to try and consolidate those up into another top 5 pick, because the 111, like you're talking, there's no quarterbacks there really at this point. If Kenny Pickett falls to the 111, sure, I'll pull the trigger. But you're talking anyone else, and I'm not interested. Like Sam Howell, no. Like even Malik Willis. If Malik Willis goes to, I don't know, if he goes to Seattle, we'll call it Seattle. If he goes to anywhere else, like I'm not interested at the end of the first round of the rookie draft. Now you're talking almost a third round quarterback. No, absolutely not. He's not Dak Prescott. So no. But now the Bills are on the clock, and this is interesting. Let's see. Yeah. It still blows my mind. We were sitting here all off season, all draft season, pre-draft season, I should say, and we're all just like talking about where these quarterbacks are going to go. And maybe there's 2 quarterbacks that you take in the first round. Maybe there's 3. Do you take Matt Corral before Kenny Pickett? It's just wild to me, man. Just wild. Wow. Blows my mind. Who do the Bills take here? If it's Isaiah Spiller, I give you permission to take him in the top 8. Because I think he's definitely more athletic than, I think, Devin Singletary. He's more of a pass catcher. Yeah, I want to see what this pick is. Singletary or Davis? Yeah, I agree. You know what? Because we can't have nice things though. Someone like, I don't trust Jacksonville right now. They got James Robinson, and because I want Travis Etienne to be a thing, they're gonna draft like a running back. Crowder killed Gabriel. Yeah, I agree. Jamison Crowder is so underrated. It, yeah, it's really not talked about enough. Oh man, I don't. God, I'm nervous about this pick. I am so nervous about this pick. I'm staying out. I want you guys to be able to see the pick on Twitter and then watch me freak out as I'm like 3 minutes behind. Oh gosh, who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Yeah, thank you for not spoiling it. No, I just you know what? I feel for the Bills because the Bills like were in torment for so long. Um and I feel for him. I feel for him. Man. And it just is I get it. Man. All right. Let's hear him announce the pick. James Cook. Wow, James Cook. I am not surprised. Wow. Wow. That's unbelievable. You know what? That's okay. Now I'm all caught up. I'm all caught up. It should be live. Um Oh dang, okay. Two picks have already been announced. All right, I gotta find a new channel that's hosting the draft then because this let me see. Let me see what I can do. Hold on. Stay with me. Hang in there. Jeez. Yeah, I guess I'm a little bit behind. Wow. We'll see. I'll get caught up. Halfway through the third. Okay. All right. I guess wow, okay, the Broncos are already selecting, so getting caught up. Getting caught up. What have I missed? All right, so the Broncos are picking. Geez, we're already at pick 64. Nick Bonito. I like him. Okay, so that is the second round. All right, am I caught up? Am I caught up at least? All right. Who have I missed? Okay, between the Bills and the Broncos. Goodness. Because that's man, live streaming, it's a different game, I tell you what. All right. I All right. While they're talking about the the third round, James Cook over Breece. Get out of here, Travis. I am going to, no Malik Willis through 2 rounds. I'm 100% out, 100% out on Malik Willis. I'll be right back though. Going to take a bathroom break. BRB. I really don't want. All right, BRB. All right. So we're kicking off the third round. Yeah, one quarterback. So this is just. Can I just take some time to freak out a little bit, just a little bit. I one quarterback, one quarterback through the entire draft, and we're into the third round. I don't know that I've seen a draft this bad. Man, this are we realistically, are we seeing the worst fantasy relevant draft in the history of the NFL? Like, we'll see, I guess. I mean, man, it's got to be. It's got to be Jacob. I mean, at one point, realistically, now I'm taking bets. Where do we think these guys go? Because I just I don't see it at this point. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, why would you reach up now? Like, it's kind of one of those, like, we've already passed the threshold where quarterbacks would, like, maybe we take a project here and he could be relevant. We're in the third round. These quarterbacks do not matter. Landing spot, it throw it out the window, because you know what? Now any team can take them, but it doesn't even matter. The chances that these guys are taken at a place where it's even relevant, or they have any chance to play, they are so far from guaranteed. It's so bad. It's so bad. Let's see what the Giants did. Going offensive line. I love it. Give whoever the quarterback is for the Giants next year some protection. Not picking up Daniel Jones's option. I mean, I think we all saw that coming. Man, I'm looking forward to looking over the stats here in the next few weeks and compiling. I really want to do a comparison about how awful this has been. One quarter. I mean, how bad do you have to be? I mean, honestly, the case can be made now for Kenny Pickett to be in that first half of the NFL draft. He's the only quarterback that makes any difference now. Like, throw all of the rest of it out. Throw all of the rest of those arguments you heard about Desmond Ridder being comparable to, Marcus Mariota or Alex Smith. No, throw it out. Okay. Alex Smith could lead a team. He could move the ball. He could score. He could lead an offense. What the NFL has told us right now, and now since every team is pretty much picked at least once, I think, these teams don't view these quarterbacks as any sort of viable option. And this is probably already blatantly obvious. But guys, man, I just my mind keeps going towards, I am in one league. I like to vary up my leagues in terms of different options and ways to build the team. I have one team where I'm like, I have the 101 and 102, and I just feel like I just feel for the teams who kind of decided, you know what, I'm gonna wait for 2022 and I'll build then. I feel for you. It's this quite literally may be the worst fantasy draft in terms of NFL draft to fantasy relevancy, and at least as long as I've seen. People keep talking about how bad the 2013 draft. Let's pull up the 2013 NFL draft, and I want to see who was in that, because I mean, I know we talk about EJ Manuel was in that draft, but goodness, let's look. 2013 NFL draft. I know 2010 was rough. 2011 was rough, but you at least had Cam Newton. Goodness gracious. Let's look it up. Who was in the 2013 NFL draft? I'm looking at these guys. Tavon Austin went in the top 10. Yeah, I mean, EJ Manuel was the only quarterback taken. Yeah, at least you had DeAndre Hopkins. Cordell Patterson was rough. Zach Ertz you had in that draft. Justin Hunter was in the first round. And then you go, oh, you know what? Yeah, Manti Te'o's girlfriend was drafted in that draft. That's actually okay. Good for them. Geno Smith, I forget. Robert Woods went in that draft. So it's bad. Le'Veon Bell. Okay, so you've got some guys. Monty Ball, Eddie Lacy at least had one season where he was relevant. Travis Kelce was drafted in 2013. Remember Christine Michael? Keenan Allen was drafted. So there were guys. Marquise Goodwin, little success. Jordan Reed was in that draft. So there is some depth. I think we would be lucky at this point to get to that notoriety of those guys. I don't think there is a DeAndre Hopkins in this draft. There's not going to be a Travis Kelce. Maybe at the best there's a Keenan Allen. But man, the Browns about to make their first pick. Who could this be? Oh man. And see, this is what I was talking about earlier. Monty Ball over Breece. Can someone please talk to this man? He's hurting himself. Oh man, guys, the Panthers are going to go and take Malik Willis. Please, even though that sounds like it's going to be a starting job, please don't draft him in the first round. Honestly, don't draft him in the second round. Because if your succession plan, if your plan to get out of this hole that you've dug yourself as Carolina, the analysts on TV are talking about how this could fall Carolina's way. No, it's not. Congratulations. Like, you get a trophy, and your trophy is a third-round quarterback no one else wanted, and then that's going to be your answer? That's going to be your competition for Sam Darnold? Nakobe Dean, from what I was hearing, it looks like he declined to have surgery on an injury, and I don't know how that's going to affect his status to be able to play. It's not great. Who is? Oh, the Miz for the Brown. Okay. Let's see who the Browns. Goodness gracious. Martin Eberson. Oh man. I just want to know how many drafts. Actually, we're going to look that up. We're going to look it up right now. We're going to look to see when was the last time this few quarterbacks were taken. I mean, goodness. I don't know how long it's been since we've had a draft where I'm going to look right now. How many drafts have there been where there's only been one quarterback in the first 70 picks? Is this Malik Willis here at Tennessee? I'm going to tell you, no, probably not. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done trying to hope that it's Malik Willis. There is no Malik Willis. Malik Willis doesn't even exist. He's a myth. Wow, they're pulling out guys from shows that don't even exist anymore to announce these picks. Let's see. Save us, Tennessee. Let's see who it is. 69. Nice. All right, so a tackle from Ohio State. Look, at this point, anything's better than quarterback. Yeah, I don't know. Goodness gracious. I just don't know. I just I don't. Let's just say from pick 1 all the way to pick 70. Let's check to see. I just want to see how many quarterbacks there are. When was the last time there was only one quarterback selected in the first 70 picks? Let's see, because I'm looking through the data right now. The closest we've gotten was 2015 when Jameis Winston and Marcus Mariota. That can't be right? I don't know, guys. This is just, it's making me sad. 100%. Dominic Elwood. This is the pick right here. I just, anyway, let's talk about something happy. Let's talk about something happy. You know, you guys want to talk about something happy? Let's talk about something happy. Let's talk about James Cook. Okay. Let's talk about, that's a happy, everyone's. I've thought about James Cook to the Bills before, and I love that pick. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm actually getting a little bit sad because they've got Duke Johnson there. Poor Duke Johnson can't catch a break. Like, he's never going to get the chance to own a backfield. I think drafting James Cook at the end of the second round, he's probably going to be overdrafted. He's probably, at this point, he's probably going to be able to move up into the first round of these rookie drafts, and that's egregious. That's a guy who is probably a mid to early second round pick, and he will probably be a first round pick because now he plays in the Bills. People associate that with he's going to own that backfield, whereas he'll probably be replaced or relegated to a solely satellite role next year. I don't know. It's turning into a committee backfield. I'm just staying away. You know, don't pay up for, a guy like that. Guys, Jameis Winston, Marcus Mariota in the 2015 draft is all I'm seeing as close as we can get to having this few quarterbacks like EJ Manuel and Geno Smith back in 2013. There was 2 quarterbacks taken in the top 70 picks. I'm looking through these drafts, and goodness gracious, guys. Yeah, this might be the worst quarterback draft we've seen in quite some time. 2000. Yeah, I mean, we're going back 65 picks. It took 2 quarterbacks to go back in 2000. That was Chad Pennington and then Giovanni Carmazzi. Oh, gosh. Yeah, it's ugly, guys. This is just bad. All right, enough. We know it's bad, Dustin. We know it's bad. Bears pick is in. Let's see. I want to find this answer. I want to find how long it's been. If there's a quarterback taken in the, well, actually, no, we're in 70 now. So I don't think there hasn't been this bad of a draft. Jacob, I think you might have hit it right on the head. Everything else has at least 2 quarterbacks in the top 70 picks, and I'm not seeing a draft where, you know what? Let me go ahead. Wow. I'm going to do some quick analysis here, downloading this large data file, because this is what I have to do with my time. The Bears pick is in. I mean, I'm not going to get super excited unless it's like, I don't know who they'd have to draft for me to. Let's see who it is. Velus Jones, wide receiver from Tennessee. Oh, man, that is interesting. Velus Jones. I liked him. This is so tough because Velus Jones, he's a slot guy. All right, so I'll tell you why I like this. I like it because this gives a reliable intermediate target to Justin Fields. It's going to allow them to work with the weapons they've got. I mean, they're going to have to attack the middle of the field. They're going to want to run a more RPO style offense. Work with Justin Fields. It works a little bit better when you're attacking the in between the hash marks. So Velus Jones, I don't hate it. I don't really know who else would have been, Justin Ross. I don't think the NFL likes him that much. I'm afraid he's going to fall into like the 4th, 5th round, and be the next, Tylan Wallace, Tyler Johnson kind of guy. He's just one of those names, like one of those dynasty names where we really wanted him to succeed. Looked great early as a young college player playing with, Trevor Lawrence. Had those, the back and the neck injuries. So it's just rough for Justin Ross. I don't think the athleticism that is there to necessarily jump off the page. Yeah, Velus Jones. Yeah, I think he's the second oldest wide receiver to come out in this draft. He is. I mean, that's to speak to that point, Ben. It's just, you have to ask the question: was he good because of his age and he was able to beat as a 24-year-old in college? You should be beating the college defensive backs. If I remember correctly, he was granted that extra year because of COVID. So, like I mentioned way back, that is going to be what it is. This draft class is going to be deeper in terms of the floor is probably going to be higher for this class. So you might see some production into round 5. But yeah, Velus Jones, I don't necessarily hate it, but it's like it reminds me of that like when the Bears drafted Riley Ridley years ago. It's like he's not going to be. I think his ceiling is a wide receiver 3 on a given week. He's not like I don't see him as a dynamic guy. Hopefully, I'm wrong. So let's back into looking up this just atrocious number. While we've been away, I'm going to give us the answer we've all been looking for. I'm going to find out how many quarterbacks, or how bad of a quarterback draft this is. So give me a second and I'm going to find out. I'm going to find out just how bad. Oh God, I'm afraid, guys. Oh God, I'm terrified. I don't want the sum. I want the count. All right, here we go. Found it. All right, the last draft to have one quarterback selected. That can't be right. It's saying 1996 was the last time we had one quarterback drafted. Yeah, maybe. I think it was 1996. Looks like Tony Banks was the only quarterback taken in the 1996 draft in the first 70 picks. All right, so 96. I think that was our breaking point. Goodness, shave my legs. Okay, all right. I lost a bet. Damn you, Michael Gallup. For those of you who aren't aware, I'll make it Sunday. How about that? Right after the draft, go from an extreme high, a medium high now that I've watched the draft, and then we'll just dive right into it at all-time low and shave my leg. It'll be gross. I'm gonna take way too many pictures. Let's see who the Seahawks take. This could be Malik Willis. Spoiler alert. not. Who knows? Yeah, 1996 was the last time, and Tony Banks was that quarterback. Jeez. Abraham Lucas. You know what? I'm actually gonna throw that on Twitter. Throw that fun stat out there so people can see it. Wow. Tony Banks. All right, haven't seen the Colts pick yet. I must be still a little bit behind. Goodness. I hope this is a quarterback. Who's going to announce the pick? Is this going to be Pat McAfee? What the hell just happened? Who is this? Jelani Woods. R.I.P. Kylan Granson. This dude is a freak. I wouldn't want to cover that dude. This, honestly, guys, I like this pick. I like this pick a lot. The Colts, no, gosh, this dude is just a mammoth, dude. And he can run. Okay, Jelani Woods. My God. He's just a large man. Wow. Wow. That's a big physical, scary offense. Like those, they're going big and physical, and I love it. Honestly, guys, the one person I'm really excited for in this draft, and who's probably going to be cheap, like if you need a quarterback right now and you have like a second round pick, trade it for Matt Ryan. Why not? Probably got another 2 years left. Isaiah Spiller? Malik Willis? Desmond Ridder. All right. Goodness, I'm still not touching him. Like I look at third round quarterback. The main question I'm going to ask: what are the chances they don't just draft some when they're really bad? Is Desmond Ridder enough to keep them from when they're a top 5 pick in the NFL draft next year? Is Desmond Ridder going to be enough for them to not pick a quarterback? Like, no, this doesn't mean anything. You just went to a bad team. You'll be the backup quarterback on a bad team. And if the coach decides, okay, hey, Bryce Young or CJ Stroud is someone I can pick here. No, Desmond Ridder is now a backup. Like, great. Goodbye, Desmond Ridder. Desmond Ridder is someone who, when he played against great talent, just kind of folded, you know? Like, I know when he faced Alabama, just kind of like Alabama to Cincinnati comparison is just, it's not exactly, apples to apples. It's like apples to pine cones at that point, but it's just, I'm not excited by the Ritter pick. I'm excited in the fact that like finally there are quarterbacks going. I just, the ability to hold off a younger talent. What I want to see is I want to see Malik Willis go to a place like I'm trying to think of at this point. Goodness, I don't even know where he would have to go to be relevant at this point, because he's not. There's nowhere. I don't see. I mean, I really I would not be able to tell you where he'd be able to go, and it would mean anything for fantasy at this point, because are they really? They're really comparing Dak Prescott and Desmond Ridder. This is disgusting. Like, it's not even close to the same. Dak Prescott has a much stronger arm and has like the body for it. Goodness gracious, guys. Goodness gracious. Let me look. Let me see who could possibly take him and they would make sense. I mean, maybe if the Washington football team took Malik Willis, it would be something. Texans trading up? It's got to be Isaiah Spiller. Or unless they decide Nakobe Dean is worth it here in the third round. Or I know nothing and it's like a tackle they like. I will tell you, if Malik Willis is brought in right here to the Texans, it still means nothing. I still think Davis Mills is a better quarterback. Wow. Yeah. Goodness gracious. It's just. All right, let's see who it is. Texans. Christian Harris. Wow. Wow. I'm just going to stop suggesting Malik Willis, because at this point, I don't love it. I at least had some hope that there was going to be a thought, I guess. Like, I had to debate a little bit between Malik Willis and like a Kenneth Walker, but I'm relieved, but also kind of sad, because I was looking forward to having reason to select. Yeah, Jelani Woods is 6'7". That's massive. And he's fast. He's a great athlete. Like, he was a sleeper tight end, and he'll be a second round. If you take him in the second round pick of a tight end premium draft, like, that's, I don't think a lot of people will remember like that he is that huge and moves that well. Granted, tight ends take a while to acclimate, but you got to find some value. And now that the Ravens are picking, do they pick a wide? Even if they pick a wide receiver here, they pick like a what is his name? Wide receiver, the short wide receiver. I can't remember his name. The guy that was compared to Wan'Dale Robinson a lot. Goodness gracious, I can't remember names. But man, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and mute the commercials here. Oh gosh, it's just, I just can't. It's hard to believe. It's hard to wrap my mind around. Isaiah Spiller still on the board. Oh gosh, what if it's Isaiah Spiller? Because Melvin Gordon's talking about going to the Ravens and they need another running back. Would it be Brian Robinson? I wouldn't call it crazy. Zamir White going to the Ravens wouldn't shock me. I'm still super intrigued today and tomorrow. Yeah, no, Calvin Austin. Thank you, Jacob. That's who I was thinking of. Yeah, Calvin Austin is. I don't know if he necessarily profiles as a field stretcher. I mean, he's fast, but I think of him more as a gadget guy. I don't. You'd have to more manufacture touches for him. Honestly, guys, I still right to this point. Let me ask you, who is the biggest reach? Because I already have my answer. I feel like it's pretty obvious for me who the biggest reach was. But to this point, I mean, look, if the biggest reach to me, it's Tyquan Thornton, like for the Patriots. Like there's you traded up in the second round. And it's a really shallow. Ravens go defensive tackle. Okay. That sounds very Ravens. They've gone defense the entire draft, and I don't. Other than, honestly, I just still love it. I want to see who the defensive tackle is. It's Tyquan Thornton. I still can't believe that dude went second round. But the Ravens, man, just absolutely murdering this draft. Like, they let the draft come to them. Oh, I forget that they have Dave Ojabo as well. Jeez. Like, just call it a day. Yeah, there's got to be some credence to that. To that Nakobe Dean being injured and just hasn't had it taken care of. So maybe teams are kind of wary of spending a top 3 round pick on a guy who maybe there's a chance he doesn't play this year. I don't know. Yeah, now they're starting to talk about why Malik Willis has started to slide. I want to hear what they have to say. Yeah, Jacob, I feel like that's always Belichick's MO. Like he always feels like he knows more than the NFL or other teams, reaching on these guys. It's never drafting has never really been his thing. Like spending a day 2 pick on Chase Winovich, trading him to the Browns. Drafting N'Keal Harry, wasting that pick. Trading a second round pick for Mohamed Sanu. Draft picks and Bill Belichick, he knows how to find talent in the NFL. He knows how to develop talent that he has already seen their capabilities. But Bill Belichick does not draft well. He develops well and knows how to find talent in the NFL. Why is this draft so far behind? Man. Travis Jones from UConn. Oh, man. It just. So, out of the remaining prospects, who do you want to see drafted, I guess? Who's the next guy that maybe you've seen late second or, second round that you want to see drafted? Because I've got a couple guys that I'm big on. I mean, but I don't think we're going to see any of the running backs I had pegged to be sleepers drafted today. James Cook is someone who I think is going to rise just because of obviously the draft capital and where he went. But Yeah, I don't know who I would take. Thank God the Colts pick is already in. Let's see who. Let's see who the Colts take. Matt Corral. Bernhard Raymond. I like that pick. I'm surprised he fell this far. Bernhard Raymond. Let's see. Who am I waiting for? Yeah, guys, we still haven't seen like Rachaad White. I mean, Dameon Pierce is still there. Brian Robinson, Isaiah Spiller. Yeah, I mean, just to Khalil Shakir. Really like Khalil Shakir. Looking forward to seeing where he goes. Just speaking more to the depth of this class. Those are guys that are probably going to be, day 3, 4th, 5th round picks. Honestly, you're going to see some 6th round picks that realistically should have been 4th round picks. Could have been 3rd round picks. It's just the depth is pushing this class so far down, and it matters. Wow. I like perfect example right here. Bernhard Raymond just went in the 3rd round. He is a 2nd round talent. Like, that's great value. And this is such a great draft for the trenches. Cleveland going in, who knows? Yep, I agree. Yep, running back. I don't know. I'd be okay taking a Spiller, especially like if he goes to the Atlanta or Cardinals. I don't think he would demand that the backfield be solely his. I would like to see like a Dameon Pierce go to Atlanta, someone who has a skill set that we didn't really get to see much. Who I'd love to see Atlanta take? Gosh, if he goes to there, like Tyler Goodson, an all-around skill set, has taken a workload. Underrated athleticism. That's someone I'd really like to see the Falcons take late, and if they do, I hope he slips to me in every single draft. Let's see who the Browns take. Another lineman. Yeah. The Dolphins were someone coming in who I said should draft a running back. And if they don't, if Spiller goes to the Fins, who I would really like to see go to the Fins is actually Zamir White. Honestly, if Brian Robinson goes to the Fins, even better, because that dude has enough lateral agility and burst to absolutely kill it in the stretch zone scheme that Mike Daniel is going to run. So Spiller, I could see it. Rachaad White, I think he would benefit. Oh, man. Rachaad White, I don't know. I don't know if that'd be a great fit for him. I've also heard that the NFL is not as high on Rachaad White as everyone else. So we'll see. I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind. I don't think Spiller would work as well though, because I think Chase Edmonds would take most of that passing down work. All right. That's enough, Jeff Goldblum. Or not. Apparently, my computer loves them some Jeff Goldblum. Oh, man. What a draft so far. What a draft. Man. Appreciate y'all spending the time with me, though. This has been a lot of fun. We're still sticking it out till the end of the third round. But man, what? Just how wrong were we? I just want you guys to remember this next year. When we think we know what we're talking about, remember we know nothing. You know, ultimately we believe what we want to believe. We heard that the NFL wasn't high on these quarterbacks. We heard that none of these quarterbacks were going to go in the top 10, and we just didn't want to believe it. We thought, no, the NFL reaches for quarterbacks. The NFL reaches for these guys. Malik Willis. How many times have I said Malik Willis tonight? It's just it's getting depressing. But man, you know what? Here we go. This is the pick that I've been waiting for. Ben, thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you so much. Look forward to interacting with you in the future on Twitter and the like. But thank you so much. Thanks for joining me. It's been great having you. But this pick has been the one I've been waiting for. This makes sense for a running back to be here for the Chargers. So let's see. I want to see who they take. This to me has been the Brian Robinson zone for so long. Let's see. All right, we're going to announce it. Someone's got a camera on a stick. Got Eckler announcing it. Okay. So no offensive players for the Chargers right now. Wow. I mean, it's hard to be upset because we knew coming in that there's just immense depth in this draft. Just not at the relevant positions. I like that. I like the pick though. Chargers going after some depth. Derwin James hasn't been healthy in a while. I mean, not every pick hits, but dang. I mean, a defensive back that runs a 4.36, you could do worse. Man. Man. Jacob, how's school been for you, man? You said that you've been getting ready for finals. How's the year looking to wrap up? Tight end goes to the Broncos. Greg Dulcich. Well, they like those tight ends. Wow. Whew. All right, he's got some moves. I like Dulcich. I like it. I like the pick. Wow. Wow. Ooh, that's a workload right there, Jacob. Man, more power to you, man. That's exciting. Man. 1 year left to go. All right, Giants. All right, another defensive back. Wow. Yeah, you know what? That's actually something we haven't talked about is the Marquise Brown to the Cardinals fit. Because Marquise Brown in that offense, one, still is going to relegate Rondale Moore to a more manufactured, low volume role in that offense. And now you have to start to question whether or not his likelihood of breaking out exists at all. It just kind of it makes me wonder, is Marquise Brown a buy? You know what, Jacob? On its own merits and assuming health, I could see how you'd get there health wise, and if you have to not factoring the likelihood that it happens. I think Hopkins it could reach his heights again. Hollywood, oh man, I mean that offense, he's gonna have. Is it better quarterback play? I mean, it's hard to say better quarterback play. It's just different, I guess. Like he's definitely gonna have to compete more for targets. It might be more volume of targets spread out throughout the whole team, but I think Kyler Murray is a better deep ball passer, more accurate. But you know what? I could see how that could be seen as spicy. I mean, Hollywood, it's possible. I mean, he could be the best wide receiver on that team, especially if Hopkins continues to age and struggle with his health. I could see how you get there. Absolutely. Yeah, Hopkins. I mean, I got some questions about Hopkins because you know that these guys aren't going to play forever. He's now past the age apex, well past it, into his 30s. Is he 30 or 29? Okay, so just came out that Nakobe Dean's fallen due to an upper body injury. So, okay. I mean, what can you do? Man. All right, let's go ahead and turn down the volume on some of these commercials. Okay, he's entering his age 30 season. Yeah, which means he's probably got one one or two more reliable-ish years left. I mean, I'm selling in Dynasty as soon as I can. Just with his archetype receiver, he's not like the super physical, like tank wide receiver you see with like a Julio Jones or like an Andre Johnson, but he's also not like this savant route runner you see with like a Devontae Adams. You know, he is a good route runner, but he's more svelte. He's similar to like CeeDee Lamb, but he's longer, he's lankier, you know. And like you said, he's coming off injury. I even though the talent is there, I'm moving on. You know, it's you can still get value. It's not about finding someone the level of DeAndre Hopkins. It's about getting value back, so that way, as soon as that cliff comes, and you're no longer, or you don't want to be holding the bag when Hopkins has a Julio Jones season. His hamstrings don't ever recover. He can't put together 2 games in a row. It's always a rest game or leaves halfway through the game. So I'm probably out on DeAndre Hopkins, and that's not even talking about like the drama with Kyler Murray and what happens there, because if there's anything we've learned about the NFL is that we don't know anything about what can happen or what these teams are willing to do to restructure their teams. Like, tell me how many people realistically thought that that AJ Brown was going to be traded, which ironically, now that we're looking in the Eagles pick, I think Howie Roseman is just such a savant in terms of draft day trades and getting value. The way that he has structured teams, structured the future of this team, and put himself in position to, okay, I've got this young quarterback that needs to prove himself. I'm going to have a contingency plan in consolidating picks and being able to make moves if I need to. Maybe go get an AJ Brown, go get other pieces to bring in, and then we'll also having draft capital in the future to get a quarterback if he doesn't work out. All right, let's see who we got. Wow. Here we go. Nakobe Dean, there he is. To the Eagles. Okay, there it is. Wow. It's probably about 50 spots too late, but let's see if he's healthy. Wow. Wow. That's a great pick. Yeah, finally is right. Whew. Yeah, we know he's good. Yeah. Loved watching him play. That defense realistically should have had 6 first-round players. Like, I mean, geez, that's just unbelievable. Yeah, that's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. But Eagles just continue to kill it. Good for them. Now Pittsburgh's up. No idea who they're going here. Probably a defensive player. Man, I'm just looking at who's coming up. Arizona's there. I would not put Las Vegas out of the running for a running back. They declined the option on Josh Jacobs. Dallas, I don't know. There's no wide receiver right now that I would realistically take. Yeah. Yeah, that would make sense. I don't know if there's any offensive linemen here that would make sense. Man, I don't know. Maybe I need to look into more IDP leagues. I've never played in an IDP league. It sounds like something that would be a lot of fun. Just because I think fantasy just expands your scope of being interested. Wow. Wow. Pittsburgh is in. Wow. Yeah, and the Kobe Dean and Jordan Davis going to the Eagles. That's incredible. All right, let's see who Pittsburgh picks here. All right. DeMarvin Leal. Yeah, interior defensive line, like you said. Okay. You love to see it. Just be average. That's all you're hoping for. Just be average. All right. We'll take it. Oh. Yeah, so there it is. A significant pectoral strain is why Nakobe Dean fell. People not willing to take the risk on a guy who might not play this year, and that could be something that the Eagles are more than happy to do. Wow. Okay, now we got the Patriots pick. I'd like to see these picks move a little bit faster. I tell you what. I don't know how many picks are in the first 3 rounds. Oh, Rob Lowe. Oh my God. I don't know who this is. I just said Rob Lowe, but it just looks like someone who has a bunch of plastic surgery. Donnie Osmond. Marcus Jones. Oh, I love that pick. I enjoy Marcus Jones so much. Yeah. Goodness. Yeah. This guy's a lot of fun. Yeah. He's a lot of fun. Got to watch him play a bunch on Saturdays, Thursdays even. He went to Houston. Oh, man. That's fun. That's fun. Let's see. How many compensatory picks? All right, let's see how many picks we have in. All right, so there's 105 picks in the first 3 rounds. Tying straight up with rate. Ooh. Shit. Okay, I see you. Move this down a little bit. Get comfy here. First of all, Titans trading up with the Raiders is big. I say it's big, but like, could it be big for fantasy? Is it a wide receiver? Probably not. It's probably it would. If it's a quarterback, I don't really care. Like even if it, I don't even want to say his name. If it's the quarterback I've been talking about all night, it's not it's not it's not exciting anymore. Like if it's a running back, I mean, some intrigue. Maybe it pushes someone down like a Rashad White or like an Isaiah Spiller. I don't think that's necessarily what they want. I think it's probably going to be some defensive player. Just seems like a very Vrabel-y pick. Yeah, I mean they need an insurance policy. They just I don't know what they're doing on offense. I'll be honest with you. Like, just I have a feeling that they think that plugging and playing Treylon Burks for AJ Brown was the play, and it's just it takes time and it's rough. All right. Let's see. Moving up 4 spots. Let's see. Is it Matt Corral? Is it Sam Howell? I'm still blown away that both of those guys are available. Like, absolutely blown away. You're going to be able to get Sam Howell, Malik Willis probably in the second round of your rookie drafts, and that just blows my mind. All right, let's see what we got. Tighten up. Malik Willis, there it is. Malik Willis. Malik Willis going to Tennessee. Who cares? Like, that's got to be really tough on him, man. That's got to be really tough, but he's not going to play at all. There's no pressure on him to play. No pressure. I don't know where he'll go in rookie drafts, but man, it just he's not going to play this year. Okay. Wow. They're comping him to Steve McNair. Wow. If he can have some time to acclimate, sure. But I don't know, man. I feel like we've seen what we need to see. I don't know. Him and Treylon Burks, Derrick Henry, he's not going to play this year. Okay. You could do worse. Not taking him in the first round. Wow. That's crazy. I mean, he can make the throws, but goodness, what has he shown the NFL teams? What has he shown them that makes them think that they have to wait until the third round to pick him. Like what are the questions? Now we've got Arizona picking. I'm hoping this is a running back, but maybe do they really like James Conner? Do they think that they can wait even longer? Maybe they've got 3 guys that they like and they think that they can wait because they pick again in what, maybe 10 picks. Yeah, 10, 12 picks. Maybe they'll wait. Yeah, Sam Howell was like a surefire thing. He was like talk about the number 1 overall pick. And now look where we're at. Did he just say that? Yeah, I enjoy Benjamin a lot. Did he say that? Yeah. Cameron Thomas. I didn't know that there was a National Gay Flag Football League. I'll be honest. But okay. Things you learn every day. Cameron Thomas. I mean, all right, now that the Malik Willis shoe has dropped, who's the next guy we want to see off the board? Because Buffalo's not going to take a running back. Dallas is going to take one. Las Vegas, probably not. Yeah, I think rookie drafts are probably going to be like 2 or probably like 10 players deep. Like solid. Solid's probably just a relative term at this point, but contributors, guys that you could think about starting. Man, just wild. Let's see who the Cowboys pick because, man, it's not going to be a wide receiver or anything. Wow. Wow. Malik Willis to Tennessee. Yeah. I totally agree. Look, you shouldn't have a ton of confidence in Kenyon Drake, you know. Jalen Tolbert. South Alabama. Very versatile. Wow. Okay, I mean, I don't really think he's enough to. If anything, he makes you question where James Washington is. But I don't think he's a threat to Gallup. I don't think definitely not a threat to CeeDee Lamb. You should feel really good about Gallup now. If anything, that tells you that he'll have a role. Wow. Wow. Pick is in for the Bills. Let's see. Who are the Bills going to go after here? This outfit that they've got Gil Brandt. Not Gil Brandt. Is that his name? I don't know his name. But goodness, the Bills select James Cook last time. There's a good chance this isn't fantasy relevant, but maybe we see some position players continue to fall off the board here. Whew. Ooh. All right. Let's see who they draft. I still want to see a punter drafted in the 3rd round. Kyle Brandt. Jeez, he's really into this. Terrell Bernard. Okay. That's gotta be so cool to be able to announce a pick. Wow. All right. I'll take it. Wow. That's a lot of fun. Yeah. Could you imagine like taking off work, flying or driving out to Vegas for like this is what has transpired in the draft. Wow. Imagine going there thinking that Malik Willis is going to be drafted. Oh, I'd be so sad. Man, I love that the picks are already coming in. I got to tell you, it's nice. Glad that they're actually moving. We got about 15 picks left. Isaiah Spiller still. No Isaiah Spiller in the 3rd round. Gosh, this really is just going to be a terrible fantasy draft. At this point, it's just like pouring all of the salt in the wound. Let's see what we got. Daryl LaMonica. Wow. 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 Let's see. Spiller is someone who looked good on film, but I don't think his athleticism worries me. He's like a satellite back plus. Who is reading this pick? I like where he says we'll do it together, and then he reads it by himself. Dylan Parham. All right. Yeah, but Spiller, underwhelming athleticism. You know, his profile, he never really handled a large workload just because of the other running backs they had there. Devon Achane taking some work. I think he's underrated though. I think that honestly, what worries me now is just the draft capital, what the NFL's telling us about him. I was like on the fence coming in. I was able to be swayed, and then watching now, I'm kind of, if he goes in the fourth round, I'm honestly now late third round, I'm kind of out. He's going to be part of a committee. Even if he goes to an Atlanta, it's like, okay, maybe he's a year rental. Do they really trust him over the other guys they have? Who else did they bring in? They brought in someone, Damian Williams. That's who they brought in. Run Damian Williams. And honestly, this is, I would, maybe I need to go and look and that's going to be a killer spot. I know they brought back Cordell Patterson. I'm looking right now, and I would look to see if Damian Williams is just oddly available in your leagues, because at this point it's going to be a fourth round running back that's there with him. Is Mike Davis still on the roster? Yeah, it's just kind of where it's like it's not like a sexy player that's going to hold that spot. It's just more of the guy who ends up carrying it the most, and we've seen that with a Mike Davis, who I comped to a David Montgomery, except for this guy's like 3-4 years older than David Montgomery. Mike Davis I'm talking about. Isaiah Spiller, if he were to go to Atlanta, I don't see him as being a ton more productive, than like a Damian Williams would be. It just, yeah, I agree. They should add some youth. I'm just not convinced that they won't go somewhere else. Like realistically, who else is out there? I mean, Melvin Gordon already signed, crushing the dreams of every Javonte Williams owner for at least another year. It's ugly. That would be the worst dysfunctioning running back room. The fact that you included Patterson in the running back room, the fact that he was their leading rusher last year, tells you all you need to know. Like I don't know who they would take. Goodness, yeah, I don't know, man. That's ugly. Ugly. We'll see. While they're on commercial, I'll be right back. I will BRB. All right. Okay. So Rachaad White to the Bucks. What a pick. Wow. Love that pick. That's probably the most relevant pick we've had in a while. Wow. Wow. That is all right. Let's talk Rachaad White. So Rachaad White going to the Bucks. Incredible offensive line, incredible offense. Now RB2 to Leonard Fournette. Probably going to be. You know what? It hurts because they bring in someone to compete with Lenny. It more tells me that they want someone who can also come in, spell Lenny, and also catch the ball, which they have not had. It does kind of kill. I mean, definitely kills Keyshawn Vaughn. But I think Lenny will still be fine. Lenny can still find successes in RB1. Rachaad White, I think he's nothing but a like a spell bag essentially. I don't think he's going to profile someone who's going to take over Lenny right off the bat. Dr. Disrespect. Okay, now Tyrion Davis-Price to the 49ers. Here we go. Cue explosion. That's their new Jeff Wilson. Wow. He's a more patient runner than Trey Sermon. Okay. Here comes Sam Howell. Here comes Sam Howell next. Carolina trades up. Wow. On to the next one. You know what? I'm here for it. Brought him for a reason. I completely agree. Yeah, wheels up for Elijah Mitchell. Tyrion Davis-Price. I wasn't very high on him in college. He's patient, but he's not like next Worley. He's gonna be that role that Kyle Shanahan likes to find. It's that goal line banger, the guy who really hammers in from the 20, in the red zone. But Elijah Mitchell's still gonna see, 20 carries, 16 to 20 carries, a handful of catches. He'll still be a higher end RB2, lower end RB1. that'd probably be a ceiling as lower end RB1, to be honest with you. But yeah, definitely an RB2. He's a strong RB2. And yeah, I agree. Wheels up for Elijah Mitchell. Everyone else is just kind of fodder in that offense. Oh, I'll be honest with you. White Claw, and after eating that protein bar, do not recommend. God, that tasted like plastic. Yeah, still tastes like plastic. Okay. I did that to myself. I'm going to keep doing it to myself. Wow. I want to see who the Carolina Panthers take. So they traded a 3rd round pick next year, and a 4th round pick this year to move up. This has to be a quarterback, right? Like, it wouldn't make any sense not to take a quarterback here. Unless it's like a running back they really like, which would make no sense. Oh God, is that a thing, Jacob? Is a vodka protein shake a thing? I just want to know, like, in what instance, like, what scenario comes up where it's like I need a little bit of that protein, but I also kind of want to get a little bit tipsy. I also kind of want to know the follow up to that and know what kind of workouts you're doing, if that's what you're using it for, that require you to be a little bit drunk. All right, come on, Panthers. Matt Corral, okay. They're going to call him one of the most talented signal callers in this draft, which we've already seen isn't saying much. He's in the 3rd round, guys. Like, okay, so I'm excited for after this draft to actually start putting out my like TikTok content and my individual profile videos. Matt Corral is going to be one of my favorite ones to put together because he ran a pass heavy, RPO heavy offense, and I don't see that playing out. Okay, I'm here for it. That sounds gross, and I'm sorry you had to go through that. But oh man, yeah, Matt Corral is a nothing burger in the NFL. Nothing. I'm out. He'd have to come at like an extreme value. Like, they're 60% of his throws were RPOs. Like, why? That's not how you. That's not. You're not going to run that in the NFL. You know. Wow. I mean, it's kind of. At what point do we have to kind of swallow it and say Sam Darnold is going to be a starting quarterback for a large portion of the next season if something doesn't change? Exactly. Yeah. I don't think he can right now. Like, Darnold is bad, but Darnold is acclimated to the NFL. Darnold probably gives you your best chance to win. And that is saying a lot, you know. God, I don't know how you go into that locker room and tell the guys we're trying to win this year. Sam Darnold is our quarterback, you know. Goodness, and you know what? Seattle hasn't taken a quarterback. Makes sense for Baker Mayfield maybe to go there now. I don't know. It's rough out here, man. Because at this point, you're not getting any compensation that is meaningful in terms of the Browns trading Mayfield. Yeah, I don't know. You're gonna have to package a pick with Baker Mayfield. Yeah, you're gonna have to package something with Baker Mayfield to move him at this point, or you're gonna have to outright cut him, which is just absolutely terrible. Yeah, this this draft has been a disappointment. You know, I want hot takes. I want something to get my blood boiling. But man, to sit here and just be given like third round quarterbacks, and we've had three running backs taken, four running backs taken that are meaningful in any manner. Just it's a big old disappointment. I am excited about Rashad White though. Tyrion Davis Price was an unexpected guy. Yeah. This is going to be pretty ugly. I'll be honest. Looking at these guys, I'm excited to, take a shot on. Trey McBride, Jelani Woods went to great situations. We'll see. All right, let's see who the Colts bring in. Oh, Colts traded up. All right, Nick Cross. Okay. Wow. I mean, you could do worse than a 212-pound safety that runs a 4.3 40. Wow. Man, I gotta tell you, these live streams, they're like a marathon, man. I gotta tell you, it's been over 4 hours. You kind of start to feel your body ache. I think it's more in terms of Dulcich. I think it's more in terms of they just like to have two of those types of tight ends on their roster. They run a lot of 12 personnel. Just they want to run it. Dulcich is also a good blocker. I just think that's more of a scheme thing rather than a faith in Albert O. I think they wouldn't have traded away Fant if they didn't have faith in Albert O. But if anything, Dulcich kind of jumps into that lower pseudo Okaway role of last year, where it's like, I'm not super interested because he's not the athlete that Fant or Albert O was and is. But I mean, it's not like it's. Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah, I've had broadcasting experience. I did some in college. Did some basketball games. Actually, ended up on ESPN's top 10 plays for a play that happened in one of our games, and Stuart Scott made fun of me on national television for an entire day. So that was fun. And yeah, just little stuff. Little stuff here and there. I did stand-up comedy and improv comedy for a long time as well, for over 10 years. I'm more comfortable talking to people. So microphone, camera just kind of comes natural. Oh, man. Yeah, what a fun night. I could do this all day. Not all day. I could do this for a good portion each day. Yeah, but no, it's just a start. We're gonna start having more consistent content moving forward. We haven't announced the other projects we've got going on. As they come in, it's gonna be fun. This year's gonna be big for us. Next year's gonna be big for us. we're excited. We're really lucky to get to do this. Let's see what the Lions say. So, Jacob, what are you like? I'm really interested because I see I like a lot of the stuff that you post on Twitter. It's more like my style of statistically backed, well founded, post. Like, do you see yourself having more of an analytical approach to posting or your role in the fantasy community, or obviously we're looking to get more people who are interested in articles as well. um Obviously it doesn't ever have to be something where you have to write articles. Like, do you have like a specific interest in the space, or where do you see, if you see it at all, like where do you see yourself kind of wanting to go with all that? Barry Sanders. Man, I swear, if this is a running back, I'm gonna have a bad time. Man, I swear, if this is Isaiah Spiller, I'm gonna be really sad. Okay. All right. It's no one important. We're good. We're safe. We're safe, DeAndre Swift truthers. We're safe. We're good. That's scary. It's just scary. Every time they make a pick, it's like, please don't ruin it. Please don't do it. Oh. Goodness gracious. I was looking at people overreacting on Twitter is probably one of my favorite things during the draft. People talking about when is the USFL going to draft these guys? Oh. Yeah. Yeah, that definitely aligns with what I'm trying to do. I mean, I want to be the analytics guy. I've got some programming knowledge, but man, it's good to hear that. It's good to hear. I want more of those interactions. I like that. It's kind of one of the things that I want to find people who are interested in doing that. Like, Brian Robinson to the Washington football team, the Washington Commanders. Travis is going to hate that. I love Antonio Gibson, but this is what I was afraid of. They bring in a bruiser, a guy who's not just a scat back. This is looking like it's going to be a committee now. Oh man, oh man, that's sad. That makes me really sad. I'm glad I got rid of my Antonio Gibson shares. This is just my initial reaction. I don't think we're going to get that huge workload that we were all hoping that Antonio Gibson was going to get. Yeah, I'm gonna text Travis and I'm gonna break his heart. That's rough. Gosh, that's oof. Oof is right. Oof. Yeah, that's rough. But that's life in the NFL, That's they want to pound the ball. Ouch. Ouch. Now the question realistically is Antonio Gibson a top 15 running back? Who do you take? Do you take Breece Hall or do you take Antonio Gibson? I think that's going to be the point I'm going to make on Twitter. I think that's going to be right around that line where you're really gonna have to ask yourself: is Antonio Gibson an RB1 now? He's part of committee. Oh gosh, that sucks. That sucks. That really does. You hate to see that. Maybe, yeah, yeah, I agree. Hall over Gibson, and that's gonna be really hard for Travis to hear. You hate to see it. Oh. David Bell. So he's going to be the wide receiver 2 probably there for Deshaun Watson. This is interesting because now that he's gone in the 3rd round, not the 4th round, his percentage to succeed goes up exponentially. I like him a lot more than a John Mechie. Got that. If there was a prospect that was close to like a Keenan Allen, I can't even say Keenan Allen. That's too much. He's so good. So David Bell, someone I'm probably targeting. I would be okay moving up into the second, in the higher 2nd round to grab him in rookie drafts. That's wow. Wow. Okay. He's going to be one of the end of the 3rd round is typically where we see these people really pushing for prospects, trading back in, grabbing guys. Cardinals here. Are we going to see Isaiah Spiller? Are we going to see a Dameon Pierce? God, if we don't see Isaiah Spiller go soon, RIP, bro. Pick 100. Mahe Sanders. Okay. Well, we got the Jets next. So our only hopes the rest of this round are Miami, and that's probably it for a running back. If Miami doesn't take a running back or no one trades up, I mean, maybe Isaiah Spiller goes in the 4th round to Houston, but even then, I'm not excited about it. Man. But yeah, if you ever have any interest in learning any programming or anything like that, Jacob, so since I don't think anyone's really going to go back and rewatch this. But I can tell you right now, some of the tools that we're building and look to release in the next year or so are going to really make it a lot easier to get into coding if you want, or get into just programming, more familiar with it. But like you said, if you're just wanting to be that bridge the gap guy and get that information to people, going to make it a lot easier for you to get that information to people because we'll have it right there, on our site. So that's going to be the next year or so. So that's awesome. I'm really glad to see that. I love the Excel puns. And even though, look, if it's unintentional, that's even better. Oh, there's no way they take a wide receiver here. I don't think the Jets take a wide receiver. There's no one I would say is worth it here. Wow. Let's see. Who can I... Everywhere, man. I've been everywhere, man. Oh, boy. I really just want... Yeah, it's definitely time consuming. That's cool that she's into data. Yeah, honestly, Python and Tableau. I mean, you could pick up any book on it. Ours more specified in just data analysis. I would say if you want to take data and yeah, I mean, granted, I'm sure your wife can tell you all about it. But I would suggest, yeah, Python and Tableau if you ever jump into it. You know, nowadays there's plenty of ways around it. So not necessarily something you have to do. But yeah, that's cool, man. That's cool. Man. Because you guys are up in I want to say, are you guys up in Pennsylvania? Is that do I remember that correctly? That's cool. That's cool. Pittsburgh's been having a hell of a draft. All right. Come on, Jets. Okay, this I hate that I always assume that whenever they bring out a kid, it's a Make-A-Wish kid. It could just be a regular kid, but it's where my mind goes. Yeah. Yeah, it's sad. All right, Jets. He just called them the New Jersey Jets. He just called them the New Jersey Jets. Oh wow. They're gonna have to cut that up and oh wow. Called him the New York, New Jersey Jets. He must have been really nervous. I like that though. They've brought in 3 tight ends in this offseason. They've got CJ Uzama, Tyler Conklin rather, and then they've got Jeremy Ruckert. Wow. I like Ruckert. I was hoping he'd go somewhere where he'd have an opportunity, but now he's going to be buried on that depth chart. And I mean, they want to run the ball. That's great for Breece Hall. Great for the offense. Wow. 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 You know who he reminds me? Man, he's like a Dallas Clark, you know? Like a bigger Dallas Clark. He runs routes really well, good hands, big hands, and just catches the ball really well. So I hope he gets to be, like their tight end 1 there. Man, he's probably going to be like a 4th round pick, but he'd be worth it there. He might not be drafted, to be honest with you, in rookie drafts. Wow. Oh, closing it out. We're almost there. Home stretch. Home stretch. We've got 4 picks left. Larry Zonka's trying to get up there. Almost there. Just announce the pick, Larry. Let's see. Wow. Wow. Yeah, that's no joke. Yeah, if Spiller goes to KC, I might just throw up in my mouth. Another Georgia linebacker, though. I'm more interested to see if the Rams bring in anyone on offense. Do the San Francisco 49ers bring in a wide receiver? Yeah, that would be an ugly, ugly committee. Okay, so at least the next picks are actually already handed in, so it should be pretty quick. Wow. All right, so now the Rams the Rams pick. They made a hype video to create. How much did they spend to make this hype video for the 3rd round pick? They probably spent $200,000 making that. Oof. Travis doesn't think that Brian Robinson affects Gibson much. Wow. Oh boy. Let's see who the pick is. Yeah. I'm glad he loves Gibson so much. I just oof. Oh man, is it gonna be a running back? Is it gonna be like Zamir White? Logan Bruss. Okay. So still not relevant. Got one more pick. One more pick. Man. That's wild. Yeah. Yeah, if Travis is anything, he's loyal to his guys. You know, he loves Gibson, so he's going to stay loving Gibson. Wow. All right. Tomorrow's actually my dad's birthday, so probably not. They've got a whole day thing planned. I'll be posting, I'll be tweeting. But no, probably not gonna do another stream tomorrow. I love that pick. Love that pick. Danny Gray. Wow. What an end. I love Danny Gray. Wow. Well, yeah, man, that's a fun wrap up to the stream, man. Like that's awesome. That's gonna wrap it up. I mean, we got a whole nother day tomorrow, and wow, what if anything, it was a roller coaster, like just so much unpredictable picks here. Thank you for sticking it out. Appreciate you and everyone else listening, interacting, talking. Definitely something we're going to have to do in the future. But thank you, Jacob. Thank you, everyone else, for watching. And that's going to do it. Losing sucks, man. Don't do it.